Okay, that's enough of that. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Alrighty then. Well, guys, what do you think? Do you think... Okay, hold on. First of all, let me get rid of that. Excuse me. Okay. It doesn't matter what transition we use. Do you guys think Bill O'Brien gets fired first or Bill Belichick? It's tough to decide. I'm just going to tell you that much. It's very, very tough to decide because I can pull this up right now, actually. Look at this. Look at this. Look at the scores. Look at Bill O'Brien. Bill O'Brien. 48-0 against the 2-2 Pitt that lost to West Virginia. A Pitt team that benched Eli Holstein is starting a backup. 48-0 against Boston College. North Carolina had the home field advantage against probably the worst Clemson team we've seen in the Dabo Swinney era. 38-10. In fact, I think it was 38-3 before. I think they just scored a garbage time touchdown to make themselves feel better. Quite literally, it's very, very hard to decide. But both of those coaches are practically sitting on the hot seat, and I don't see them making it through halfway this season. Anyway, now that we've gotten that aside, and now that you know that score, I'm sure a lot of you have conflicting thoughts about that. Anyway, welcome back to another grand edition of the Squidtard live streams. Obviously, Tennessee is on a bye week this week, so I was not able to do a Tennessee stream. So I left it up to you guys completely on the last stream to see which slate we'd be running through, and you guys chose the 3:30 slate, and the best game for the 3:30 slate, obviously Vanderbilt at Alabama. Yeah, that's crazy. I never even thought I would be saying that, but here we are. Crazier things have happened, though. Can Vandy get the upset tonight? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But good to see all you guys in the comments. Let's do roll call. I'll just try and go through all the names I see. If I miss your name, know that I appreciate you, too. Pixelated Returns, Bubbles, NJ Nicolay, fellow channel member, by the way. Tenorhorn, mod and channel member. Don't Feed Phil. Just Call Me Ender. Grange Saves 33, Mario and Sonic Films. Scott Crawford. Seminov, yeah. Kyphosis, Misfortune Dark, Mayan, Septic, Leif Opstad, and also $2 super chat. Thank you very much, good sir. He says, to quote Urinating Tree, Bill O'Brien is a hack. Well, he's a hack in the college perspective. Even if you don't think he's the greatest coach in the NFL, which he left behind a really big legacy there. Obviously, that legacy is now tarnished because of the fact the college experience has been an absolute hell zone for him. This is bad. This is bad. Jordan Hudson's wife really having a hard time out there. Is she going to start coaching for the team? I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out and see. Brooklyn Poke is here with the $25 super chat. Much appreciated, man. Says, just a little something for all your efforts. Have to cut out early to set up an alumni event for Wyoming versus UNLV in New York City tonight. Hopefully, we'll make some noise by knocking off the 4-0 Rebels in Laradice. Go Pokes. Well, man, I'll be wishing. I don't have a fight in there. Also, it's funny to see Dan Development Mullen lose in any capacity. So I'll be rooting for y'all. Go Pokes. Hope y'all win that game. And thank you for the $25, man. Appreciate it. Let me go ahead and update the Squiddy count. The Squiddy counter. Yeah. So, yeah. I mean, in case it wasn't obvious to you guys, I've... my brain, my mind, pretty much everything has gone through the metaphorical wood chipper this week. I have been very, very busy with videos. A few personal things have come up earlier on this week that have sort of derailed my... mental physique per se, but I've adapted. I've sort of adapted to the best way I possibly can. And then, of course, midterms and stuff like that. I'm on break next week, so that'll give me a lot more time to actually work on the next recap. But yeah, a lot of things have been happening this week. And obviously making 3 videos has definitely burned out my psyche a little bit, but I'm going to try and get back on it tomorrow. and we'll continue the grind from there, because that's the thing about college football, man. That's the thing about college football, is that there's never enough chaos. In fact, that's the only constant, is that there must be chaos in every single capacity. I think we all know that to be the case. But yeah, no, big week for me. And I'm just glad this one's over. I'm glad this one's going to be over soon. But the college football world seems to be running as per the normal. Obviously, some interesting results so far. I'm keeping my eye on this Illinois-Purdue game. They've got the ball with 5 minutes left, and they're down. Let's see. No, yeah, Illinois is up by 13. They're up by 2 scores. They've got the ball, and they're on a 4th and 1, close to the goal line. The one I've really been keeping my eyes on, though, is Cincinnati, Iowa State. Cincinnati came out guns a-blazing. They went up like 31-7. We all thought that game was going to be over. Iowa State went right back down to the tropical storms. Matt Campbell just looks completely lost. But they readapted in the second half, and then they've had a really big comeback here. They've got the ball at the 15, down by 9. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. 8 minutes left to go in that ball game. But yeah, those are the ones I've really been keeping my eyes on. Those are really the only close games that anybody's keeping their eyes on right now. Good luck, Squid. Real life is full of chaos enough. That is the truth. Ain't that a certainty? Thanks for still making the weekly recaps through the hectic shit. We appreciate it, watching it through every week. Yeah, man. That's one thing I'll never do, no matter how bad things get, is cancel chaos. If I have to, I'll make it in a different format, but I will make it. I'll never not make college football chaos. WWE gave Cincinnati a big shout last night on SmackDown. Shout out to Cincinnati. Yeah, no, they're putting up a good fight here tonight, and I kind of expected it, because we saw what they did last week. Brendan Sorsby was in that absolute dogfight, but they unfortunately came out in the loot. No, they came out in the winning end there, yeah. I'm thinking of Nebraska, because they put up a good fight against Nebraska too, lost that one, but then, battle it out against Kansas. Them and Jalen Daniels, over 1,000 yards of offense, and then, of course, Cincinnati capitalized in the end, made mincemeat of Kansas's defense, and they won the game real late. Navy winning right now. Both teams almost have 1,000 yards of offense combined. Yeah, no, we've had some really good offensive games so far. Let me go through some of the rest of these, because I know there are some others I wanted to check out. Sorry, I'm still on full screen. I've got ABC pulled up here, because that's where I'm gonna have this game on. Was that Gunnar Stockton who just threw a pick? I think they've got whatever that guy's name is in there. Because there's 2 minutes, there's two something minutes left in this ball game. Georgia's up 35-7. Their defense, that was Ryan Puglisi, yeah, that individual, yeah, he was the one who threw that pick just now. But Gunnar Stockton, he had 1 touchdown, 1 interception, almost 200 passing yards. Cutter Boley passed him, though. Cutter Boley had more passing yards, but they just, again, Kentucky's run game has completely vanished off the face of the earth. And as we all know with Kentucky, Kentucky needs to have a good run game in order to be successful in any capacity. And if they don't have that, then this is what you're looking at: an optional offense, a non-existent pile of aids. So no big surprise here that this is exactly how it turned out. They just don't have a quarterback. That's just the way it is. Literally, Kentucky just does not have a quarterback. And they never have a quarterback, because they keep getting these degenerates, these rejects from whatever school they're from out of the transfer portal, and then they send them out there. Oh, the talent is awoken now. No. Mark Stoops is not a quarterback developer. He's not. Look at what he did with Will Levis. That should tell you everything you need to know. The Mickey Mouse squad pounding the Kentucky garbage fire. Yeah, no, this is not a surprise. Most teams would be able to pull this off, and this is kind of the thing with Kentucky. They're a lot like Florida. Kentucky is a lot like Florida, because Florida has a great defense. a really good defense that's been able to shut down even like Carson Beck at Miami. He's been able to shut down most like LSU, which now we know LSU's offense just isn't that good to begin with. But Florida's defense is not bad. But their offense is an absolute dumpster fire. Same goes with Kentucky. The defense has been able to hold their own for the most part against Georgia, but the problem is their offense has just not been able to do anything of anything, and so they just keep giving Georgia the ball back, and so naturally Georgia would eventually find a way to go down the field and score. It's just the way it goes sometimes. So, yeah, this is a little surprise. I think we're seeing the end of the days of the Mark Stoops tenure. He might not be the first one to get fired this week. I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's still got a few more weeks, but if they just continue to lose, more than likely Mark Stoops is done for. I think as it stands right now, more than likely, I think Bill O'Brien's gone tomorrow. They're going to be 1-4, by the way. 1-4, 0-3 in the SEC or not SEC, ACC. They're going to be 0-3 in the ACC. They've got Clemson the following week. Like, you might as well just go ahead and can them and just start afresh when you play Clemson. That's the best way you could go about it. It's on the ACC network, so nobody's going to pay attention to it anyway, no matter the result. So yeah, I think Bill O'Brien's going to be gone tomorrow or Monday. I think they're going to can him. I can't say the same for Bill Belichick. His tenure just started, but he's going to be 2-3 and 0-1 in the ACC. So, by the way, Boston College is the only. Well, they're not the only team now. San Jose State did their part too. But they're the only power conference team that gives Stanford a win. So, there's a marginal chance Boston College would probably lose. I say marginal chance. I think they'd be favored, but they could lose to UCLA. That's how bad they are. Boston College is an absolute train wreck. Boy, I sure do think that they want their guy back, Tommy Castellanos. He made that team, clearly. My goodness. What a shame. What a daggum shame, ain't it? If Vandy wins like Navy, I'll be getting a heart attack. Yeah, I'm excited. I am. This is going to be an exciting ball game. Or I imagine it'll be an exciting ball game. This is the best Vandy team we've probably seen in a century. A full century right here. I can't remember the last time, if ever at all, that they were this highly ranked in the season. I don't think this has ever happened in my lifetime. And I doubt it's ever happened in your lifetime either. Vandy has just been an absolute train wreck and an absolute disaster for the longest part of my lifetime. And now, here they are, looking like a really good team. Crazy. Stunning, even. Do you think Oklahoma State is winning a conference game this year? I think they'll find a way. It's hard to predict any team to go winless in the conference, especially the Big 12, considering just how ridiculous that conference is. And on top of that, they get 9 chances. I mean, they've got Houston the following week. I mean, who are they playing right now? Arizona? Yeah, Arizona. They're down 7-0, but who knows what could happen there. But yeah, they could pull off something against like a UCF or a Kansas or a Cincinnati. They could absolutely pull off something stupid like that. It literally would not surprise me in the slightest. I think it might be Houston. If they're going to lose to anybody, it's probably going to be Houston. After watching what Houston did against that 0-5 Oregon State, it's definitely possible. Clark Lee is a good coach. Well, he's a good coach, but he's got talent around him now. But more importantly, he's got a really good coaching staff around him. He's got a group of guys around him that know what they're doing. So there's no leaky area. There's no hole that they can sort of exploit. So yeah, no, this I think it will be a really good game, a really fun game to watch. I hope that Vandy wins. Bama falls in the same category as Georgia to me, stuck up and full of a fan base similar to the Dallas Cowboys. I think a lot of Alabama fans live in the past. I think they still have this misconception that they're like the dynasty of death, that they're the ones you have to watch out for in college football. But reality is, nobody's paid attention to you since your last national championship. That's just the truth there is. I think the moment y'all lost that Rose Bowl and Saban retired, I think that was when, but I think the Vandy lost. The last time when they lost at Vandy, I think that's when Bama fans realized that was probably the end of the dynasty right there. That there was no coming back from that. It'd still be a good team. Obviously, there's still a good team. No bad team, except for South Carolina all the way back in 2019, beats Georgia like that. You just don't. So I think they're a good team, but they're nowhere near. They're not this dynasty of death. They're not the elite kings of college football or whatever they try to make themselves out to be. Nobody's you look at Georgia and that scares you. Hell, you look at Vandy. You look at Vandy now, that scares you more than Bama. So, I mean, let's be real here. It's crazy that Vandy actually has a legit shot at making the college football playoffs, even if they drop 1 or 2 to Alabama or Tennessee. Yeah. Well, they're undefeated right now. And then, yeah, they only need... I mean, but here's the problem with Vandy, is that their schedule is an absolute hellfight from this point onward. Like, they got through the easy part. Except for South Carolina, as we know now, is not the team that we thought they were. So there's that to go off of. I mean, they beat them, but the other team, Charleston Southern, Virginia Tech, Georgia State, Utah State. Like, okay, sure. You scored 100 on every one of those teams. Whoa, big scary. Like, I mean, it's an accomplishment that Vandy's able to score 50 points because the teams they've had in the past didn't come anywhere close to that, even against garbage teams. But now every single team that they play from this point onward is a conference opponent, and a lot of them are ranked teams on the road. My guess is that I'm not expecting them to fall apart necessarily, but I think they're going to take some losses here, and I think they're going to sort of come back to reality per se. I think they're still going to have a really good season. I just don't think they're going to be anywhere near the playoffs. Could be wrong, though. I've been wrong before. Wow, what a big pile of diarrhea this is. UMass and Western Michigan. I completely forgot, but UMass is also winless. They joined Oregon State in that department. There's still a couple of teams without wins, and those two are two of them right there. I know there's another one that I'm missing. Oh, of course. Nico. Good old Nico Itamadiaba. Yeah, he also winless. Really makes you haha when you think about it. Gives you a little chuckle per se. I vaguely remember Woody Hayes coach. Vandy was hot trash even back then. I don't think my grandfather saw a good Vandy team. No, I mean, we saw some good ones, like some decent Vandy teams that were bowl eligible, and maybe they won a bowl game every 20 years or so. But nothing like what we're seeing now. Even if it's just for this week and then they fall off the map, seeing a almost top 15 ranked Vandy is a very surreal sight to see. It's like seeing the New York Jets in the NFL playoffs. It'd be like something like that. It's also UMass's homecoming. Well, nobody's coming home. Oh boy. I kind of need to keep an eye. There are a couple of games I'm, of course, going to keep my eye on. Texas, Florida being one of them. I had a bold prediction during the FBS report that Florida was going to get shut out tonight. And the significance of that, for a lot of you that don't know, is that Florida, I think, has the longest streak of any FBS team of not getting shut out. They have scored in pretty much every single game since the last time they got shut out, which has been a very long time. I think it goes all the way back to the 80s. So I think that's a final farting gift that Billy Napier is going to leave behind. And then I think if that does reign true and they end up not scoring a single point, I think that will be the end of Billy. I think that'll be the final straw that'll knock the Billy Napier era out of existence. Penn State's playing UCLA at 3:30 too. Don't forget that. Not like anybody cares. I mean, Penn State's going to stomp a mud hole in them, or at least they should. I think it's going to take a while, though, because as we know, Penn State's offense, kind of a joke. Very, very, very obvious right there. Virginia and Louisville, that's an exciting one right there. Virginia and Louisville. Number 24, Virginia, they're 4-1. They beat Florida State. They're back in the rankings. Louisville, some of you may not know this, they're undefeated. Louisville's sitting at 4-0, and they're coming in as a 6.5-point favorite against Virginia. So I wouldn't put any money on that. Squid Iowa State on upset alert. They've been on upset alert ever since the game started, and I haven't been keeping close tabs of it, and they're in deep trouble. They need to stop Cincinnati and score because they're down 2 scores. They're down by 9, so they got a lot of work to do. Would that basically implode the Big 12? Because Iowa State was probably the front runner of the conference for the time being at 5-0. Where do they stand now? I have no idea. Colorado's terrible. BYU is undefeated still. They're 5-0. They beat West Virginia last night, but again, West Virginia, who cares? They're terrible. Arizona State's 4-1, but they lost to Mississippi State. It's very hard to tell. I guess it just becomes Texas Tech's conference at that point. If this score holds, then yeah, that's the Texas Tech conference right there, the Big 12. Thoughts on Texas Tech versus Houston? I think Texas Tech's going to roll all over them. I think the Red Raiders are going to have a field day on that defense. I mean, we're talking about the same team that struggled to do anything against Oregon State for the longest time. They couldn't establish any sort of offense for a while in that game, and that was a 0-4 Oregon State. Yeah, no, they've got some serious problems that need to be dealt with if people want to take them seriously. So I think Texas Tech's going to run through them. Did they score again? I think my scoreboard must be a little broken, or I must be behind. Oh, I was. Yeah. Okay, my bad. Yeah, 38-22. Cincinnati scored again. Yeah, there's 4 minutes left in this thing. They're probably done. I mean, Iowa State no, never mind. They had a drop, so it's 2nd and 14. Yeah, Iowa State's in deep trouble. Kansas State's about to lose again. Can I turn that game on? Was that on ESPN? Oh, never mind. I can't. It's only streamable on ESPN Plus. Kansas State and Baylor. Imagine being so bad that you aren't even worthy of being on TV. That's what happened to Kansas State and Baylor. But yeah, the Bears are up 35-34 in crunch time. There's 26 seconds left, and Kansas State has to travel to 75 yards down the field. Good luck. Good luck, Avery Johnson. Look at poor Bill Belichick, man. You can just tell he never wanted to be there. Jordan told him it'd be good for PR. that it would be good for relevance. I mean, I guess you're right, but not for it's for all the wrong reasons. Miami of Ohio or Northern Illinois? God, both of those teams are terrible. Probably Northern Illinois. Has Miami of Ohio, didn't they win their first game last week? Pretty sure they did. Yeah, but Northern Illinois also only got one win. It's a battle of two one-win teams. Who cares? Do we have any toilet bowl sighting? I would say Clemson UNC, but UNC at least till this point in time was they're 500. They had a 500 record. Well, Purdue ran out of time. They put up a good fight, but they sort of go down in the same way Notre Dame took them out, which was just basically outscore them. They've got an offense again. Purdue has the offense capable of keeping up, but they just don't have the defense that's capable of stopping anybody. So if they ever make a mistake on offense, this is exactly what kind of happens to them. Just consistently losing in this fashion. Tough break for the Soilermakers. They'll move down to 2-3 in the 2-3 overall, 1-2 in the conference from the looks of it. And Illinois improves Indiana's resume in the process. Navy's up to 5-0. Looks like they're going to repeat what they did last year. At least up until they played Notre Dame. Because remember last year, Navy started out, I think, 9-0 or 10-0. I think they got into the rankings when they played Notre Dame. Then Notre Dame blew them out, and then we never heard from them again. They just completely fell off the map afterwards. I think it was more like I think they were like a 8-0. My memory on that's a little foggy, but sorry. My entire brain process right now is a little foggy because I've been at work for however long I've been at work, doing this, doing that, sometimes playing a little bit of Sonic Racing in between, but more often than not, I've been doing nothing but work. Midterms obviously took some damage out of me too. My brain is just sort of foggy. If this thing, because I don't imagine it will be, but if this thing winds up being a massive blowout, I might cut the stream just a little early, because this goes without saying, I think I need a little bit of break time. But pending that doesn't happen, it is a close game. I'll stream the whole way through. Boston College got snapped again. Yeah, they've been having that problem the entire night. I don't think Bill O'Brien makes it till Monday. Does anybody think that? There's no way. But yeah, no. I mean, this is a big deal right here. I don't think Iowa State's got enough time to score, or I don't think they have enough time to score, get the ball back, score again, and then in between that, make sure you make two 2-point conversions, because they're only down by 2 scores still. It's 38-22. They can score, get the 2-point conversion, and then it's a 1-score game. But it's, again, the odds now are just heavily against them. Bullet shot to the end zone, incomplete. Especially since they don't have, they've only got 1 timeout. So by some miracle they do manage to get the ball back after scoring here, then they're not going to have a lot of time. And on top of that, no timeout to work with. I'm a Boston College fan. I am sad. Well, good news, buddy. Things are going to be changing soon. You don't have to worry about that. At some point in the very, very recent future, things will change. You have that promise. Because I do not see Belichick not Belichick, Bill O'Brien. I don't see Bill O'Brien making it much further than Monday. Wisconsin lost again, by the way. Michigan wins they in a low-scoring defensive brawl, as everyone expected. 24-10 was the final score. Bryce Underwood actually had 270 yards passing. Michigan's offense is at least steadily improving. You know, they're at least managing to score every now and then, so that's got to be a big plus right there for them. But yeah, no, they're 4-1 now. So good for them. Good for Michigan. Is North Carolina Clown of the Week or Iowa State? North Carolina, as it stands right now. Iowa State, I mean, like, since losing to Cincinnati on the road is not the worst loss. The way they started out was really bad. It's not the worst loss, though. They've still got everything in front of them. If Cincinnati goes out and loses a game or two. But this definitely is not their best performance for sure. But no, North Carolina, I mean, they got beat from the word go by a 1-3 Clemson at home. I mean, the fans were bailing out of the stands, like, literally as the game began. I mean, we saw it in the third quarter, too. They were literally showing the crowd leaving in droves, going back and beating traffic in the third quarter. The moment you do something like that, yeah, that's pretty clownish behavior right there. So I think the Tar Heels got a good shot. The old Tar Pits. All right, well, ESPN's on Florida, Texas, so I'm going to turn that on real quick. Oh, I had to stretch. That one felt good. By the way, I don't know. Hold on, let me move this. Wearing this shirt in honor of my streamer buddy, Mia Zhu. You've seen her on stream before, but it's her birthday today, so naturally I decided to wear this shirt that I got from her store, and it's something that I actually made. I made part of the text, so it a little bit of my merch too, but only because I made it. But yeah, happy birthday to her. Anyway, let's this is probably the one, or maybe that one. Yeah, I guess this one's got Florida, Texas, UCLA, Penn State, Notre Dame, Boise, and Vandy, Alabama. But I'm going to be watching Vandy, Alabama on here too. So, but this is probably the best one. If there's any game that you guys want me to put on that screen up there, you know, send a super chat and let me know. Squidtard Sports, my Saturday is all set. I will have a bye, and the Yankees are playing the Blue Jays. Let's go Yankees. I know you're not a baseball person, or at least that I know of, but let's go Yank. Yeah. Well, wish the best of luck to you. I have no reason to root against the Yankees, hence why, you know, I mean, I don't care. You know, I don't really care whether or not you win or lose. My day doesn't change no matter what happens, but wish the best of luck to you. Obates 2002, appreciate the 5, buddy. Says lol, Kansas State, certainly lol. Yeah, they daggum lost again. And they were winning pretty big there, but then they blew it. They blew it in typical Kansas State fashion. I mean, Chris Kleeman better be glad he had that, He had that win. I still can't believe Kansas State dadgum beat UCF. He ought to be glad he's got that win over anything, because, man, if he didn't, oh boy. KSU sitting there at 1-5, that would be really, really bad for Kleeman. I mean, that goes without saying, but yeah, no, that's obvious. All these games getting ready to get started here. Florida, Texas has already begun. And the Gators have somewhat driven down the field. Big shocker. They got a first down. They're actually at the 4. They're past the 40 now. Here's a handoff straight up the gut. Not much given there for him. Maybe 2 or 3 yards. Will SEC Shorts predict it? Will Vanderbilt get that top 10 win on the road? I guess we're going to find out real quick. Let me go ahead and vote in the poll if you haven't already, because I'm about to wrap it up. And while you're doing that, make sure you leave a like. Leave a like and sub up to the channel if you haven't already. It would greatly support my endeavors here on Squidtard Sports. We're on a mission. We're very, very close to 25,000 subscribers, or we just passed 23,000 here on Squidtard Sports. So I want to say again, I greatly appreciate all the support you guys have given to this channel. Y'all are phenomenal people. Best fan base here on YouTube, and I stand by that. You guys are really, really awesome. You guys have done so much work for this channel, and I greatly appreciate it. None of this would be happening, by the way, without y'all support. So thank you again for being here. Oh my goodness. Oh no. I was going to get a picture of that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Oh my goodness. I'm going to put this on the screen so that you guys can see it. Trust me. This is worth it. This is worth it right here. You guys have got to see this. All right, come on. Plug in, plug in, plug in. I don't even need to do that. I think it'll just show up on my PC. This is absolutely hilarious. Okay, I'm gonna put this on I'll put this on OBS real fast. Let me move it over because you guys, again, this is probably one of the funniest things I've seen all day long. I needed this. Okay, this is look at this. I'm not even laughing about the graphic, by the way. Like, the graphic in itself is funny, but look behind him. Look behind the graphic. Look at how empty those stands are. Look at that. Nobody wants to go to these games anymore. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely hilarious. Nobody cares about UCLA anymore, and honestly, that's for the best. What a poverty program. My goodness. That is comedy. That is comedy. Scott Crawford, thank you for becoming an official soldier of Tardaria. Same for you, Sen Simonov. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys are becoming official channel members. I'm actually going to start making a few like little members only. I meant to make that rant about Nico, and that graphic right there will certainly help going along with that. I was told to make a 30-minute rant on Nico from a big time channel supporter, so I do plan on doing that and making it a members only video. But anyway, greatly appreciate the support, man. That goes a long way. Thank you very much for doing that. Oh my goodness, that is that's probably one of the funniest graphics that I've seen all day. Squidtard Sports, even Iowa has more fans. Dude, USC Stadium is fuller than that. That's not even a joke. USC Stadium has got more people attending that. I've seen G5. I've seen lower tier G5 programs with bigger attendance ratings than that. That's awful. This Vandy-Bama game about to begin, so I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. Let's see what you guys voted on. Who be winning out of 141 votes? Vandy, 65%. That's a little more lopsided than I thought it would be. I thought some of you guys would be smarter than that. Side with Bama. You guys know more than anybody that Vandy fans aren't allowed to feel happiness. But I mean, who knows? I might be wrong. We'll see. Certainly hope I am. That would be funny. I'd get a pretty big ha-ha out of that. UCLA is actually sort of driving down the field here. What's Penn State's defense up to? Yeah, Nico is definitely a contender right now for clown of the season. Because I can't decide whether or not to give it to him or give it to like a program as a whole. That's a big question. Scott Crawford, appreciate the 5, buddy, says, I finally found the membership button, Squiddy. Well, greatly appreciate you finally finding it. Shout out to you, buddy. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm glad you found it. I don't know why it never showed up to begin with, but we're glad to have you as a soldier at Tardaria. All right, well, this Vandy-Bama game just officially began. They're taking this out from the 5, the 10, the 20. Good return here. Got it past the 25. Good to maybe the 27. I voted who I wanted to win, not who I thought would win. Fair enough. You're probably like a lot of people then. So Bama is going to get their first shot here. We'll see what Vandy's defense can do against the absolute mass of Ty Simpson. I'll find the membership button one day. It should be like if you click on the little dollar, I think you can literally like where it says send a super chat, I think right below it you can become a channel member that way. 1st and 10 for Bama. They got straight to the 25-yard line. Man moving in motion, handoff up the middle. Not much given there, and that'll be maybe a 1 or 2 yard gain. Update on the Florida game. What do you think happened? What, Florida gonna score? No. It's pretty sure they punted it back to Texas. No, they're actually pretty close to scoring though. They're at the Texas 5-yard line. They took a timeout, so they might be able to. Looks like that shutout dream died real quick on the first drive, no less. 2nd and 9 here. Bama runs the ball again. This one up the middle, and a good run right there. Jam Miller gets the first down. Bama's offense running at least pretty well. Tenor Horn, appreciate the gifted membership to Nick Boraz. The thing about giving out memberships is that you can't actually choose who to give that out to. I think Twitch is better about that, but yeah, here on YouTube, no. Whenever you gift a membership, it just gives it to one random person. It's ridiculous. It's kind of goofy, I'll admit. 1st down and 10, Bama here at the 36-yard line. Man moving in motion. This is Simpson stepping back to throw, looking for a man down the field. Throws straight over the middle. It was caught, but it's incomplete. It was bobbled and then thrown down. Dumb Gamers 22 at the 5 says, going to the Tech Houston game today. Gonna hope this is an upset and not a blowout. We'll see. If Houston's offense can show up somewhat, then I don't think it'll be a blowout. The problem with me is that Houston, I don't think they're going to be able to score near enough to be able to beat them. Because we're so used to hearing Texas Tech being this fiery offensive squad. It's so weird now that they've actually got a defense. I'm never going to get used to that. Scott Crawford upgraded membership to Captain of Tard Area. Much appreciated, buddy. Join the club. Join the club. Thank you very much for that. Let me go ahead and do this too. Bam, bam, 41 to 50. There we go. We're about to hit the Squiddy again. Wow. Well, there you go. UCLA just scored a touchdown on Penn State. They're up 7-0. And Florida just scored 2. So the dreams of the shutout are dead. Well, still a lot of time in the ball game, but that's 2 big scores for 2 big underdogs. Yeah, this might be a letdown week for Penn State. I knew something was up when I uploaded that video today. I knew something might have been up. Another run up the gut for Bama. They're past the 40 now. Another first down. Florida almost took half of the first quarter. Oh yeah, Florida's offense is one of the most time-consuming offenses that you can ever have. They're going to take out half a quarter every time they get the ball because that's their game plan. Just don't let the other offense do anything. Up the middle, Bama not able to get anything on that run. They've just been trying to establish a run game so far throughout the entire thing. Excuse me. I burped. Texas is back, okay. Miami or Florida State? That's a tough one to call, but I think I took Florida State. I don't remember what I took from the FBS report. Again, my mind is foggy right now. I'm kind of struggling. My head is on a swivel right now. 2nd down and 9, man moving in motion. Here's Simpson back to throw, rolling out of the pocket, throws over the middle, complete. Got his man, running down, maybe gets about 5 yards there. I think he got the tight end on that throw. Can they throw to Caden Proctor again? That'd be really funny. Did wonders for him the last time. Do another. Can they do another lineman screen? Big boy screen? Yeah, Iowa State been lost. They were down too much. There was just no way anything was gonna go their way. There's a bubble screen right there, maybe 2 yards, and they're short of the down on 3rd and 4. They're gonna give the ball right back to Vandy. Sorry, I need to stand up for a minute. That might help. But yeah, Vandy's gonna get the ball back here. Unless if they go for it. No. I mean, Bama is in positive territory here, so might as well go for it. That's exactly what they're doing here on 4th and 1. Lined up in a bunch formation. Everybody out. This is probably just going to be a run up the gut. No, it's Simpson testing the secondary. He's going to throw downfield, and it is picked off. It is intercepted inside the 10. Perfect protection by Vandy right there. Pass coverage was played to elite levels. And Vandy gets an interception on Ty Simpson. They're going to start their first drive inside the 10. Great catch right there. Probably not the best. Probably would have batted that down if I were Vandy, though. I get wanting the pick. Like, sure, that's satisfying and all to get an interception. But you probably just would have been better off batting the football down. Because then you start from the 30 or instead of the 10, inside the 10. But take it for what you will. Take the wins where you can get it. Iowa State has been officially mauled by Bearcats. Cue the circus theme. Iowa State's a nominee for Clown of the Week. Congratulations, Iowa State. You're a nominee. Good job. Congratulations. Scott Crawford with the 2. Down goes ISU. Ain't that right? Tenor Horn, appreciate the 5, buddy. Says, keep up the good work, and Vandy beat Bama. Well, they're doing a good job so far. That interception will definitely guide them in the right direction. What are we at now? We're 1 away. We are $1 away from our first Squiddy of the day. So we'll see how that goes. Here's Texas here on 2nd and 12. Arch throwing a pass, believe it or not, and he completed it. Wow, baffling. Completed pass, Arch Manning. He had a wide open man on the sideline. He does about a 12-yarder, gets the first down. Squidtard Sports is a devoted Iowa Hawkeye fan. Iowa State's loss is satisfying. I can see why. Anytime your rival loses, it's a good day for the other. Yeah, this is a letdown week for Penn State, man. UCLA is already driven into goal line territory. It's literally they've got 8 yards until they go up by 2 scores. This is bad for Penn State. This is bad for Penn State. Tenor Horn, appreciate the 2, says, here's a Squiddy, everyone. I will hit the Squiddy. NJ Nicolay with the 5. In honor of Navy winning, my father would be so thrilled. Well, congratulations to Navy. Yeah, they're 5-0 now, right? Keep winning like that, and they've got a shot. They've got a shot. Their dreams are still possible. Anyway, here's our first Squiddy of the night. Ooh. I said right foot creep. Ooh. Ooh. Let me keep an eye here on the game. 2nd down for Texas. Well, first let me look at Penn State. Penn State, I don't know what Penn State's doing. I really don't. Here's UCLA at the 5 here on basically 3rd and goal. Man in motion. Here's Nico. Back to pass. Throws to the end zone. Is batted and incomplete. Penn State nearly got the interception there. And it'll be 4th and 5. They'll have to kick the field goal at the high school. Alright. They're going to kick some field goals at the high school. But they're going to be up 2 scores on Penn State at home in front of 2 people. The 2 people that are watching them. There are more, I'm telling you right now, there are more people watching this stream right now than are at that UCLA Penn State game. And there's the field goal, and it is good. It is 10-0 UCLA on top of Penn State. Oh, my goodness. Penn State, what are you doing, dude? I knew it was going to be a letdown week, but it's 0-4 UCLA. Get your head out of your sphincter. Here's Pavia. Throws to the sideline. I think that's incomplete. I think he stepped out of bounds. Yeah. Incomplete. Had a man there, but he stepped out of bounds before catching it. It's incomplete. It'll be 3rd and 6. Vandy deep in their own territory here. That's going to be close. Let's see. He catches it. Oh, that's a catch. What? He had a foot in bounds. That's a catch. Yeah, you don't even need to review that. Literally, you don't even need to review. This is why I wish, one thing I'll give the ACC credit for. This is like the only thing I'll give the ACC credit for. But they, in case y'all don't know or haven't seen it, in the broadcast of the ACC games, you can literally listen to the reviews as they're happening from the ref's perspective. They're literally talking about it, looking at where he is. They did it for Florida State, Virginia. Literally, they're like, all right, so he looks to be out, so he's out of bounds. Like, stuff like that. I wish the SEC, I wish every single college football game had that, so that we could get a read on it. But if they did it for this game, literally, they'd be looking at it and be like, oh, well, first down. That's all there would be. That guy with the 5, much appreciated, says UCLA fans really going to lightly drizzle the field on Penn State. Lightly drizzle the field. They're going to miss the field. Yeah, when they... I'm just imagining that it's going to be like, remember when Vandy beat Florida back in 2022? And there was like 100 Vandy fans in the stands. There was so little Vandy fans that they literally walked in a single line to rush the field. They literally walked down the steps and walked in a single file line to the field. That's the type of stuff I see UCLA doing if they actually pull this off, but all the time in the world for them to blow it as UCLA typically does, so I guess we'll keep tabs on that. James Franklin can't win the big games, let alone the Suckfest. Usually, no, he blows out all the like lower tier competition, except for he has like 1 or 2 games every single year where he struggles and then still finds a way to win. This would probably be one of those days from the looks of it. This is what happened against Minnesota last year. Remember, they needed a game-winning fake field goal to beat Minnesota last year. Yeah, he absolutely got 1 foot in bounds. Man down for Notre Dame. I've got that game on as well. Notre Dame, Boise State. The Irish are riding the struggle fest too. They've got a man down. They're showing another graphic here on the screen. Yeah, it's the same thing. They got they're showing the Drew Aller graphic, and literally behind those stands there isn't a soul. But what's weird, because when you look on CBS and like they've got like when they're showing like certain parts of the stands, they look full. So I just don't understand. Is that all Penn State fans? Or that's what I'm thinking, because I don't know. Like, are those all just like the away section? Scoop and score for Virginia? Yeah, Virginia's got a pretty good defensive front. I wish I could just pay attention to all of these games. Here's 1st and 10 for Bama. From the 17-yard, or for Vandy, I mean, from the 17-yard line. Pass play, rolling out of the pocket, throws. Pavia got a man in double coverage, running towards the first down marker, but can't he's about an inch short. Bro, we had a commercial break, then Vandy ran 2 plays, and another one absolutely ridiculous. Yep. Got to give all the time in the world for ESPN to prop up. Prop up them commercials. Expect a lot of that on CBS today, too. Last week's CBS game was less than 3 hours long. They couldn't even get all them commercials in. Here's 2nd down and 1, and expect a push up the gut. Nope, it's going to be Pavia keeping it. Gets the first. Gets absolutely hammered after about 2 yards. Yeah, I think the Cavaliers are in a pretty good position. And that's a really good position to be in right there. Defensive score, 7-0. Miller Moss isn't bad, but these mistakes that he keeps having, I swear. And it's been like this. Was it him that fumbled? No, it was Isaac Brown. Yeah, Isaac Brown he's got a turnover problem too. Both of them do. Louisville in general's just got a turnover problem. Quick little screenplay right there. Oh my goodness. Oh, Bates 2002 with the big $50 super chat, man. Much appreciated. Thank you very, very much, man. He says, Death, Taxes, and Ricky Collins Jr. God, how bad is Syracuse getting beat? That's what I need to see. Are they already getting belt to cheeks? Well, it's not looking good, I'll say that much. It's in the first quarter. Let me check on his stats. Let's see where he stands. 2 of 2, 12 yards, 1 interception. That's wow. No, 2 of 3. 2 of 3 for 12 yards, 1 interception. Oh my goodness. Vandy man breaks through the line at the 30, the 20, the 10. Vanderbilt touchdown. Oh my goodness. Cedric Alexander broke through the Bama line, and from that point onward it was green grass and low tides. Green grass and high tides.
High tide, guys. High tide. High tide.
Bama fans already depressed, knowing it's going to be a long day for him. 6-0 doors on top. But yeah, no, Ricky Collins, terrible, terrible day for him so far. All right, I guess all things stand the same. That was a $50 super chat. So here's your second Squiddy of the day. I said right foot creep up. Here's Lagway throwing, got a man open there at the 45-yard or 40-yard line. Stuyvesant, he's open. Is this a day of the upsets or something? What's going on? Is this going to be one of those days, guys? Remember, I just want to keep this out there. Week 6 last year, that was when we had all the craziness happen. I think it was, how many up? We had like 7 of the top 11 go down that day. Washington, unranked Washington beat Michigan. I know USC lost. They were ranked, I think, number 10 or 11. They lost. Tennessee lost to Arkansas. Bama lost to Vandy, obviously. No, we had several big teams go down that day. So this could be one of those days. Ed Shadowbear with the 5. Much appreciated. Says Penn State is getting put down by a glorified G5 team. Can we get that? Can we get that big game Coach James Franklin video right now? You can't get it right now, but you will get it. You will get it. Thank you very much for the 5. It's about that time, though. You are absolutely right. It is about that time for James Franklin to get a video. What channel is the Vanderbilt game even on? ABC. All right, off. Off of the run game, Penn State's able to score a touchdown of their own. Katron Allen gets into the end zone, and now the Nittany Lions are on the board. This is what we should have expected. You know, obviously, it wasn't like Penn State was just going to go scoreless the entire night, even as optional as their offense has been. Florida's been having no issues so far driving down the field. Billy's been managing to create some pretty good game plans here. It's still 7-0 Gators, but the Florida's in field goal range inside the 30. Another decent run right there. They're going to get about 8 yards out of that. Oh my goodness. Texas. Is Texas just that overrated? Can't be. Can't be. The bad news bears strike another victim. Northwestern is losing to Louisiana Monroe. Well, that's what happens when you're on an even footing level with UCLA. Just not a good team. Let's see what else is going on real quick. Northern Illinois is already up 14-0 on Miami of Ohio. As if anybody cares, but yeah, it's just something for you to take into account. Notre Dame put up I just saw their score put up on the scoreboard, 6-0. They're up on Boise State. Arizona's having no problems now. Noah Fafita, 47-yard pass to Luke Wysong for a touchdown. They're up 20-3 now in Oklahoma State. Yeah, as you would have expected. Guess who's fried? They are. I might have to turn on this Wake Forest Virginia Tech game in a minute though. It's 27-23. Tech's got the ball. It's on 3rd and 7. There's about 11 minutes left to go in that game, so I'm gonna have to keep my eyes on that one. Mumbling on the moon. What I appreciate the $10 super chat says Pavia's got the the plan D for Vandy. Wow, that's a good one. See what I did there? Yes, I did. That was a yeah.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
And that last message ranged true as well. Power to Tardaria. Thank you very much for the 10 mumbling on the moon. I feel bad for Northwestern. They actually do care, but they might be the worst in the worst position for recruiting with so many well-known schools taking the recruits they have in their backyard. Yeah, no, they are. They're in a bad spot. I do agree with that. But it should not be on the same level as Louisiana Monroe. I think it's a product of unprepared coaching as well. If you've got good coaching, you can make the impossible possible. I mean, look at Vandy, look at Indiana. Those are two teams with low talent composites that have managed to turn things around. Here's Simpson on the throw over the middle. Had a man open on the slant route. It's incomplete. It'll be 2nd and 10. We're Bama's still at the 25-yard line, so they need something to go right for them. That's good stuff. Here's a run up the gut. Justice Haynes gets maybe 5 yards. There is a flag. Let me go ahead and get the bull noodle. Kind of forgot about that part. The noodle of ref ball. Right here. It is a holding on Bama, so that 5 yards is going to come back, and it's going to be 2nd and 20. Oh boy, that probably just kill drive that one. Kill drived the drive. Yeah, Kalen DeBozo, not a good run for him so far. Florida's they're gonna go ahead and kick this field goal. They weren't able to do much on offense once they got close to the red zone. So this is about a 34-yard attempt for the Gators, which is up, and it is good. 10-0, Florida's up on Texas now. And it's a two-score game against the number 9 team in the nation. I think that's pretty shocking right there, obviously. I think we all kind of sort of expected Texas to struggle a bit offensively. But the fact that Florida's been driving down the field with as much simplicity as they've had, that it might set up for something really disastrous for Texas. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one. All right, here's 2nd and 20. Bama from the 14-yard line. Back to pass. Simpson rolling out of the pocket. Throws deep. Got a man past the 40. Still running. Gets all the way to midfield. Vandy played zone, and Bama made them regret it. And they're getting a big gain out of that one. The drive continues off of that big throw. That's Isaiah Horton with the catch. Yeah, no, they were not ready for that one at all. All right, well, that gets them all the way to the 49-yard line. Handoff up the middle, nothing given there. Actually, no, there's a big hole. Jukes a man, gets past the 40. It's all the way inside the 30. So now Bama driving with some enthusiasm here, looking to tie up this ball game pretty quick. Yeah, I didn't mention this because I didn't realize it when it happened, but Tony Rojas for Penn State, he's out for the season. Literally went out in practice. Huge loss for the Nittany Lions on defense. That was their best linebacker right there, and he's out now. Broken tackle. UCLA driving with some conviction down the field. They're in some big-time trouble right now, Penn State is. Another holding on Bama. That's their second of this drive. Outside of Ohio State, Texas has played utter incompetence. Yeah. Well, they haven't been playing incompetence, but they've been playing like it. Actually, I take it back. You're probably right there. Basically, they're two sides of the same coin. Because Texas looks as incompetent as ever. This Arch Manning game plan just clearly is not working out for him. I'm waiting for him to show his talent, but I can't see it. Here he goes. Throws. Batted. No, that one is actually caught. That was a pretty decent throw right there. Swung it to Ryan Wingo. Here's Bart Simpson on the pass play over the middle. Oh, my goodness. Was that caught? Unbelievable. He was upside down. Literally, he was flying in the air. That Vandy man picked him up, and he still caught it. Let me see this. Okay, so he was in the air, got thrown down. No, he caught it. He wasn't upside down in the moment, but he sort of flipped upside down as soon as he did. Here he goes again, rolling out of the pocket. Tries the pitch, and it is flown out of bounds. You're lucky the Vandy man wasn't paying attention to that. That could have been a pick. UCLA is driving. If Penn State loses, clown of the season. Again, there's no reason to try and decide who's going to be clown of the season right now, as we're literally, again, we're not even halfway through the season yet. We won't be until next week. So, but they'd absolutely be clown of the week no matter what happens throughout the rest of this. You lose to an 0-4 UCLA with no head coach and pretty much they've got no coaches, no coordinators. And they've got Nico as their quarterback. If you lose to that team right there, you're automatically clown of the week. Literally does not matter what happens throughout the rest of the week. That one is well overthrown by Simpson, and it'll be 4th and 9. And I think Bama did drive close to field goal range, but we'll see what they do here. Alabama's receivers are saving them right now. Oh, yeah, no, that was a beautiful catch earlier that I saw, but, yeah, no, they obviously still need some help. I don't know what happened to Ryan Williams, but this is Connor Talty, 47-yard long attempt right here to put Bama up on the scoreboard. It's got to be a little to the right here. Let's see what he does. The kick is up, and it is to the right? No, far too right. It's no good. He missed it. Score remains 7-0. The kick was a little too far right. And Vandy's going to get that ball back. Bama receivers are on crack, but the good kind that makes you snatch footballs out of the air. And I'm just surprised that wasn't from Ryan Williams. Where's he been all game? Ryan Williams is 18. Did you guys know that? Ryan Williams, 18 years old. He's 18 years old, Squidtard. They got an 18-year-old. By the way, did y'all see Tyler Buckner? Do you guys want to see Tyler Buckner again? Tyler Buckner was on the screen earlier. Do you want to see him again? Where's the kicker named Auburn? What, Burt Auburn? I don't know. We're going to have to find that out when Texas eventually finds a way to do something. Pre-play snap. It's going to be a false start on Vandy. That's going to pin him back 5 yards. 1st and 15 coming up for the Doors. God, the old Bama's back, aren't they? Can't make a field goal. Offense is struggling really, really bad. It looks to me like the old Bama's back. Well, some parts of the old Bama. The Bama kicking game is back. All right, well, here's Vandy from the 24-yard line. This is Pavia trying to run up the middle. He's got a lot of space past the 40, going past the 50. Diego Pavia of a QB run, running as fast as a running back can, gets Vandy all the way into Bama territory. Oh, boy. You know, I said I was probably going to cut it short if it's a blowout. It might be a blowout, but not in the way that we were expecting. Vandy line perfectly parted the Red Sea right there, and Diego Manziel gets a huge gain on the run, and they're inside the Bama 40-yard line. If Arch Manning loses today, how does that affect LeBron? Find out on ESPN. Oh, yeah, that's very important. How does that affect LeBron? How does that affect the era of Travis Kelce and the Kansas City Chiefs? All the answers and more to find out on ESPN. Have they said one word about the WNBA since Caitlin Clark's injury? I doubt they have. That's the thing, but that's so sad. Like ESPN and SportsCenter, that's why I can't watch it, because it's just the same. It's the same regurgitated stories on loop-de-loop over and over again. The same 7 people that are super duper famous. And they literally never touch on anything else. 1st down and 10 for Vandy now, inside the 30-yard line off of a 10-yard catch. Pass play, Pavia looking downfield. He is going to throw downfield. Got another man open. Inside the red zone, past the 15-yard line. Got Hoskins over the middle, and now Vandy is driving with simplicity. That guy with the $5 super chat, appreciate it, man. He looks like... It looks like Alabama is dealing with the disrespect accordingly again. This is this is basically a repeat of what we saw last year. They beat Georgia. Everybody's like, oh, Bama's a good team again. Bama, good team. Bama's the most elite team we've ever seen. And then they come out and have a big fat diarrhea against Vandy. That catch is incomplete. Was looking for a quick pass right there. Was not able to get it off in time. 2nd and 10. I told a friend of mine that chaos season would require the most chaotic champion. Would that be Penn State? No, would not be Penn State. The most chaotic, realistic scenario of a champion this year, of like a team that could get there, would probably in my mind be Oklahoma. That would be a team right there that I think could absolutely do it. Here's Pavia to the end zone. Pass is batted out and incomplete. Junior Sherrill looking for the PI, does not get it. Yeah, realistic national champions though, like not just like, oh, it's gonna be UTEP's here. No, none of that dumb stuff or anything like that. But of the realistic ones, you could be looking at Oklahoma, Texas Tech. That's about the only. Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Texas Tech, Ole Miss. That's 3. Those are 3 right there that I think you would need to keep your eye on. Touchdown Louisville. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be keeping my eye on that one. I'll probably switch the multi-view back and forth so I can pay attention to all of them as they're going on. Indiana's definitely a possibility as well. Except their offense sort of just fell off a cliff after losing, or they haven't lost yet, but it sort of fell off a cliff after beating. It's like they blew their entire load on Illinois, and then just refused to do anything afterwards. 3rd down and 10. 4 receivers out for the doors here. Got to get all the way to the 3. Here's Pavia back to pass. They're bringing all kinds of pressure. He runs himself. Goes down after maybe a 5-yard gain. Ball pops out at the end there. And that's going to be Bama ball if that holds. And yep, they call it. Alabama gets a huge turnover inside the red zone. They're going to be inside their own 10. But they at least prevent Vandy from getting the 3. Wow. Wow. Big mistake there by Mr. Diego Pavia. Diego Manziel. Yeah, that was a huge play by Jefferson there. Just swung that ball out, and that's go. If that holds, which I think it will, that's gonna give Bama the football. But that's close. Looks like his knee potentially is down before the ball pops out. Oklahoma just lost Keontez Lewis for the season? Did they really? Oh no. So Oklahoma, oh my goodness, man. Did they really? Yep. All right. The play stands, by the way. Vandy turns the ball over, gives it back to Alabama, and that's how that'll go. Ugh. Oklahoma overrated? Well, they're not. Oklahoma's good. They've been heavily riddled by injuries. Nice run up the gut. That gets Bama all the way to the 25-yard line. Vandy's already got over 100 rushing yards. That is absolutely insane. Here's 1st down and 10 for Bama. Looks like 3 receivers out. This is going to be a handoff up the middle. Tries to do the exact same thing they've been doing. It's just both of these teams seem to just be trying to establish some sort of line of dominance up on the line. And they've been doing a decent job, but just not decent enough. Nico, I'm going to leave you putting belt to James Franklin ass right now. Unbelievable. Mississippi State could upset Texas A&M tonight. The ball is in their favor. They absolutely could. They've definitely put themselves on the map after their performance against Tennessee. But it all depends. I feel like State's offense will potentially show up a lot better tonight. We'll see. Or A&M's offense. Here's Jam Miller again. Another big run. Gets past the 40. My goodness. Bama's having neither of these teams are really having any problems running the football. But that'll wrap up the first quarter already. It's 7-0 Vandy on top. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Ay, ay, ay. If Penn State loses, then no playoffs. Yeah, believe that's obvious. Here, guys, we'll be right back. There's something I need to handle real fast. I'll be back momentarily. I'm back. I've returned from the premises. By the way, how loud? I didn't even check. How loud is my microphone? Is my mic good? It doesn't look. It looks a little quiet to me. So we're gonna do this real fast. Why don't we? This might make it a little bit better. I'm not gonna raise it to a ridiculous degree, but I do want it to be a little bit louder. So let's try that. All right. I bumped it up. I bumped it up a bit more, so it should sound better. It should sound a little bit louder. All right. Let me run through this real fast. Nick Boraz, appreciate the 20, man. He says, SO to my buddy who get to me a membership. My Hilltoppers are 5-1. Hopefully this is the year we honor the teams a decade ago and take the Conference USA. Fun fact, they once were on a 26-game losing streak before Willie Taggart saved us. Boy, that's a sentence I never thought I'd hear. A phrase that I thought would never make sense. Willie Taggart saving anybody. But here we are. Here we are, gentlemen. But I appreciate the super chat, man. That goes a long way. Let me go ahead and hit that gritty once again, baby. Gritty time. Let's hit that gritty once again, and I'll keep my eye on the Bama game in the process. UCLA just scored again, by the way. They're going to be out by 2 scores on Penn State once again. Set right foot creep. Oh, he did it. This is Pete Gritty right here. This is Pete Gritty talent. I am the most talented grittier. No, I take it back. I'm hitting the Squiddy. My bad. I gotta remember that. I'm hitting the Squiddy. But yeah, UCLA just scored again. They hit the extra point. It's 17-7. Nico is doing things to Penn State's defense. My goodness. What are we witnessing, chat? What in the world what kind of action are we witnessing here tonight? You tell me. I don't know. But what I do know is that this is insanity. That is insanity right there. And if I'm a Penn State fan, I am severely concerned. What are they doing? Are they out of their mind? I cannot believe this, bro. How? Oh my goodness. Big game James Franklin. He is losing stock so fast. At this rate, it might just be 2008 all over again. This is unbelievable. What are they doing? Texas isn't playing Notre Dame. Texas is back. Penn State is on fraud alert. Yeah, they've been on fraud alert all day. This is more than fraudulent. This is just pathetic. You're letting an 0-4 UCLA run up and down the field on you. That is absolutely insane. What are they doing? Are they out of their? Are they legitimately out of their mind? What are they doing? James Franklin is performing like he's college Mike Tomlin. I don't even think Tomlin would pull off something like this. This is beyond pathetic. They're 0-4. They're one of the worst Power 4 teams in the nation. With no head coach, no coordinators, no sense of morality, but here they are at home beating y'all. I mean, absolutely ridiculous, man. What are y'all doing? Can you play the clown music? Yeah, I'll play a little bit for you. Because this is clown behavior that we're witnessing right here. Wah, wah, wah. Let me get my drink. Crazy stuff. It's moments like these where I wish I had the Dabo Sweeney sound effect of him saying the expectation is greater than the appreciation. Because, as we know, that makes a lot of sense. This is making my day. God save the Queen.
God save the Queen!
Tomlin wouldn't be down that bad. No, this is down horrendous right now. Again, this is a 0-4 UCLA on contention to be one of the worst teams in the Power 5. Even if they miraculously get a win here at home, like even if they get a win throughout the entire season, they're still one of the worst teams in the Power 5, potentially the worst team in the FBS. They're at that level. Them, Oklahoma State, whoever else is winless, legitimately, like UCLA's on that level, and here they are just absolutely making mincemeat of the Penn State defense. Not only that, but as per the usual, James Franklin can't figure out how to run an offense. You know, and if you thought it went after you bad when you played Oregon, just wait. Here, back to pass. Drew Aller throws over the middle. Guess what? It's incomplete. It's incomplete because Drew Aller can't read an open wide receiver if he had gigantic 3D glasses. I mean, this dude just doesn't have it. He doesn't. He quite literally does not have it. Now it doesn't help that is Penn State. We all thought they'd have wide receivers that can catch the football, but I guess we were proven wrong. Their receivers can't catch. They've got a quarterback who struggles to throw to him or get a wide open read. It's a nightmare scenario for Penn State, and they're punting the ball back to UCLA. What are they doing? Here's 2nd down and 10. On the end around, Bama gets about 3 yards out of that. It'll be 3rd and 7 coming up. What does that say about Oregon if Penn State bottoms out? They had major struggles against the Nittany Lions. Well, it says that it could say a lot of things. It could say that UCLA has wound up just suddenly improving out of the blue like this, which I don't know, maybe they did. Maybe they did. Maybe UCLA's all they needed was to fire everybody and now they look like a decent team. Maybe that could be the answer, but there's many, many different things that it could be. It could be that Penn State is just having a very, very, very big down week after losing that game against Oregon because they were pissed. They were big mad after they lost that game. Here's 3rd down and 7. This is going to be a design quarterback run by Ty Simpson. Vandy sees it coming from the start, and they snuff it out real quick. So it's 4th down, 4th and 7. They'll give the ball back to the Doors. I'm performing wellness checks on my Penn State friends right now. You might want to wait on that because this is the anger stage. Look, the stage that they're in right now for losing, for being in this situation, this is their anger stage. You gotta wait until they at least get to the sadness stage, or acceptance that they'll never make a national championship the way they are right now. Once they get to that stage, it'll be safe to go and ask them because right now, you know, you especially from a rival perspective, you're just asking to get all of their emotions dumped out onto you. I have one friend who's a Penn State, Giants, and Mets fan. Yeah, that would be the type of thing that would pretty much make me a non-sports fan. That'd be the type of thing that would make me a streaming-only YouTuber. I would just play video games throughout all my lifetime and then just football, basketball, sports in general. What's that? I don't know what that is. I ain't never heard of it.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Penn State is that little brother in the family who plays on easy mode and the big brother switched it to Heisman mode without them knowing. Yeah, it's like that. I can't figure out for the life of me what this is, though, that I'm looking at, because this is the aneurysm that happens when they play somebody big. This is the thing they say for Ohio State, so I don't know what I'm seeing here. But again, still a lot of time. A lot of time for them to get it together. They've got a whole nother second half once this is over for them to finally do something. Florida's up on Texas still, 10-7, going into 2nd and 10 with about 7:30 left to go in the half. Vanderbilt in the SEC championship would be peak. I would love that too, but don't get your hopes up. Do not get your hopes up. Again, they got through the easy part of their schedule where they played Little Debbie Oreo Cream Pie East Technical College every single week. Now they've got to play some competition. Squid, who's winning, Tennessee or the team called Bye Week? Tennessee's winning, but they've probably already scored a few touchdowns on Tennessee. I guarantee you they've had a few 3rd down conversions already. Ugh. Imagine being so bad no one wants to cover you. Carolina Panthers media literally said, "This team sucks so much, we just want to be with our families." Yeah, literally. Well, that's what just happened to Baylor and Kansas State. Kansas State wasn't streamable on any service other than ESPN Plus. Literally nobody wanted to stream that game, not even TNT or the CW. What a fall off. All right, well, here's 4th and 7. It looks like Bama's putting their balls out in the field. I know they're deep, and they're in Vandy territory, but they are going for it here. This is the 2nd time they're attempting this. 3 receivers out. Here's Bart Simpson. He's going to take it. Back to throw. Looking for a man down the field. Time to throw it. He will. It's an end around, and he got it. 1st down. Past the 20. Got to the tight end there on a little short throw, and he got it. Squid, it's time to rank Cincy? Maybe. I'll get back to you on that one. Again, try not to take my top 25 polls seriously. People have gotten so unbelievably mad about those top 25s. It's ridiculous. Because all it is a ranking. And these are the same people that'll tell you, oh, these top 25s, none of them actually matter until we get to the playoff rankings. But then they'll tell you all about how mad they are that you didn't rank their team, so you must be biased towards this conference. It's absolutely insane. Handoff up the middle, good for maybe 3 or 4 yards. Swear to God, if UCLA pulls at Kennesaw State and only wins 1 game against a conference contender, I can die peacefully. Oh my goodness. That would be so humiliating for Penn State fans, knowing that their one and only loss was against a UCLA team that went 1-11. Again, UCLA, as it stands right now, that's probably changed already, but the rest of their remaining opponents have only 4 losses combined, and they've only played 4 games. Here's 2nd and 7, end around once again, wheel routes. Bart Simpson, he's going to throw to the end zone, got a man, touchdown! Alabama's finally on the freaking board. And who else but Ryan Williams to do it? A 14-yard reception. Ty Simpson able to pretty much dodge all the Vandy people imaginable. And he's able to get the touchdown. So that's a tie ball game. Here's Nico taking it for himself. Oh, my goodness. UCLA just scored again. Oh, my goodness. Guys, it is going to be 24-7. Can you believe this? 24-7, UCLA is on top. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What are they doing? This is actually starting to make me mad. What is Penn State doing? How are they messing up this bad? Where is that NFL caliber defense I propped up last night? I spent last night writing all about Penn State's NFL caliber defense, one of the best in the country, and they're currently getting bent over by Nico! My mind's blown. What are they doing? Sad Browns fan HQ, thank you for the 5, buddy. Says, at what point do we have the college tight end GOAT conversation for Tyler Warren? He carried Aller last year, and it shows. I think that conversation was already overdue, in all honesty. I think that was a conversation that we needed to have as soon as last year ended. But it's crazy to me because Penn State spent all this entire time. You know, they lose their coordinator. They lose Tom Allen. Yeah, they lose Tom Allen to Clemson, and they're a dumpster fire too. So they don't even get to laugh about this. But they lose him. They spend all the time in the portal getting new wide receivers because turns out Drew Aller doesn't have any weapons anymore. And then guess what happens? The same exact thing. They can't score. They can't do anything on offense. Their defense is getting carved up all over the place. I knew it was going to be a letdown week for him. I just had a feeling that this is unbelievable. Penn State is more talented in every single position, except maybe quarterback. And I never thought I'd be saying that about Nico. I'm going to leave you. But yeah, that's true. Nico Amadalevia, more talented than Drew Aller. That's a possibility at this rate. It's not exactly impossible. I don't care what you say, no matter what happens, even if Penn State comes back and wins, they're still the clowns. Honk, honk. Yeah, no, this is pretty bad. Rolling out of the pocket, Pavia. Got a man. Open. Past the 40. Fumbled it at the end there, but he does recover it, Junior Sherrill. Clown of the season contender now. People keep saying that, but I've been under the belief that Nico is going to win Clown of the season, but I don't know at this rate. It could be anybody. Anybody. Especially Penn State. I mean, this is bad. This is really bad for the Nittany Lions, man. They're supposed to be national title contenders, and if they take a second loss in a row, especially to a UCLA team this unbelievably bad, that's it. That's their season right there. Here's 1st and 10 for the Doors at the 40-yard line. There's going to be a run outside, nothing more than maybe a yard. I think Cedric Alexander needs to have a great game because he yapped a lot about Bama, saying that he was going to control them, or what did he say? I don't remember exactly what he said. I think I have it saved somewhere, though. Let me go find it. Yeah, he said, I feel like we're going to go dominate down there in Tuscaloosa. That's what Cedric Alexander said about Bama. Back to throw. Rollout pass for Pavia. Looking for a man down the field. Throws the ball away, and it'll be 3rd and 9. Nico Amadalivia is outperforming Drew Aller. That is insane. 3rd down and 9. Here's Pavia rolling out the pass. Diego Manziel throws basically a desperation heave out of bounds, and it's incomplete. So Bama is going to get the ball back. Good stand by the defense. The crowd is alive again as the Tide do a thing. They might be rolling. I don't know. Might be rolling just a little bit. It's like a slow roll, but they're doing something. No, if I'm Penn State, heads are rolling for this one. Honestly, this is awful. This is an unbelievably bad performance. Total yards for you: 268 for UCLA, 69 for Penn State. I would say that's nice, but no, that's not nice. That's awful. That's awful. Here's Aller. Throws again over the middle. Got a man actually complete for the 1st down. Oh my goodness. Penn State finally has somebody. They finally have somebody they can actually throw to. Unbelievable. Baffling even. How do you feel about Marcel Reed this season? Tough game at home today with Mississippi State. It's going to be tough. I think if A&M's gonna prove that they can contend for the conference, they've got to prove it tonight. Because that State team, we all know they're gonna come out all guns a-blazing. I think Marcel Reed's got to make a statement tonight and prove that A&M has got an offense capable of doing something. Excuse me, I had to burp. Texas ain't doing much better. Yeah. They're down by 10 to Florida. My goodness. This might be a night to remember, boys. This might be even more insane than last week, I mean. It's going to be one of those nights, huh? Penn State's dead. Penn State is getting fried right now. Penn State is getting cooked. My goodness, I can't. I legitimately cannot believe this. Arch might keep Billy Napier. Oh yeah, Billy Napier. He might be the guy. He might be the guy to keep him around. Oh my goodness, are you freaking kidding me? What just happened? What just happened? So Texas was forced to punt. What happened here? Texas forced to punt. It was blocked. Texas just got their punt blocked. The ball rolls out of the end zone, and it is a Florida safety. So not only are they going to get the ball back anyways, but they get 2 extra points out of it. It is 19-7, and Florida will have possession of the football. I don't believe this, man. I think with Penn State, I think it's more of them having a down week because of how bad they performed against Oregon. With Texas, I just think Texas just is terrible this year. I just think Texas isn't good. Their offense is just so many levels beyond atrocious that this is awful. This is terrible. What are we even watching here? Unbelievable, man. Second down and 20. Handoff up the middle. Not giving anything. Maybe a yard, if that. Oof. Sorry if I'm doing like a lot of stretches and stuff. For whatever reason, I think it might be a lack of sleep. Because I haven't got a lot of sleep this week. But I'm feeling severely lightheaded, and I'm trying to keep the gears a going. So forgive me if I'm moving around a whole lot. Third down and 19 for Bama here. 4 receivers out. Rolling out of the pocket. Simpson throws over the middle, incomplete. Third down and 19, no good. So it'll be 4th and 19 now. The warning signs were there for Penn State. They looked off against poor opponents in the first week and really only ran away with any games in the second. Yeah, no, this has been known that Penn State has sort of been dominating in the second half. That's why the Oregon and Penn State game looked completely different in the first and the second half, because both of those teams are second half oriented teams right there. So it did not surprise me that the gears started moving there. In the second half rather than the first. Punting from their own end zone. This one's being thrown down at the 40. Takes a bit of a Vandy bounce there and goes down to the 38. Hydrate, you need to drink. Yeah, you might be onto something there. Here, is we on commercial break yet? If that's the Texas that shows up to the Cotton Bowl next week, it might be Oklahoma's turn to win 49-0 against Texas. No, it could be tough. It could be tougher for Oklahoma. I do think they've got a really good shot, though, but their offense, Oklahoma's offense is on the struggle bus, too. Don't forget that. With the fact that they do not have John Mateer for that game, that could be pretty tough to deal with. But I think they've got a really good shot. Hydrate or dihydrate. A minute 35 left to go in this UCLA Penn State game at the half. Yeah, I ran out of vitamin water, so I'll have to go get some in a minute. Second down and 10. Here's Pavia. Takes off. Got some yardage in front of him, but not a whole lot. Maybe he gets 3 or 4 yards there. 2 top 10 teams right now making a total embarrassment of themselves on the field right now. Notre Dame's not faring much better, by the way. They're only up 12-7 on Boise State. Yikes. Yeah, just a bad look for a lot of these top teams right now. To me, again, I think it's like for Penn State situation, I think they are being caught off guard by UCLA. I do think they're in a very bad position because of their Oregon performance, and I think that's kind of ruined their psyche. with Texas, to me, at this point, I just think it's because Texas isn't good. They're not the team they were last year. They've got a great defense, but again, absolutely terrible offense. So it's just, to me, I just don't think Texas is that team. I feel stupid for ranking them as high as I've been because I've tried to give them the benefit of the doubt for as long as I did. But now to me, I'm at a point to where I'm just ready to get, the Arch train is done. I'm off the Arch Manning train. I can't stand on that any longer. Because this is getting ridiculous now. Who do you think comes out of the Big 12? I know you mentioned Tech, but do you think they win out? I don't know if they win out because it's hard to predict anybody to go 12-0 because teams have bad days like Penn State's having right now. Teams have really, really tough moments in their time. So Texas Tech could absolutely take a loss, but I would still think they win out. If they do take a loss. And yeah, Penn State fails on 4th down. Shocker. Big time shocker. The line just gets absolutely obliterated. Drew Aller basically throws whatever you call that. Their right tackle just got completely dismantled off of the line. I don't even think that was a right tackle. I think that was a freaking wide receiver they had trying to block right there. And yeah, UCLA makes them pay for it. And now 22 seconds left to go. UCLA 24-7 over Penn State. Just absolutely disaster. Just an absolute disaster class tonight by Penn State so far. And James Franklin. I know they received this. They better come out guns a-blazing in the second half. They get the ball to start. They're going to need it. They're absolutely going to need it. Yep, they're showing it on the highlight reel right here. I mean, this is a disaster class for Penn State. My goodness, what are they doing? I can't believe what I'm watching. This is a disaster. Texas did that to themselves. I knew Arch would struggle in his first year, but everyone and their mother was saying he was going to rip apart Ohio State. Now he's just a rookie. No, I mean, I always knew that he was a rookie and that he sort of had very little playing experience. And, that's why I was so heavy on the Texas defense being good. And they are. Texas has a good defense. But again, their offense, I expected at some point, whenever it would be after the Ohio State game or today or sometime in the future, that Arch would get it together. But he's just not. He looks like the same quarterback out there like he did against Ohio State. No, I don't see any sign of improvement. And not only that, but everywhere else around them is just a flat-out mess. It's just Texas don't got it. They don't. These things always think to happen. One person gets so overhyped, and then the team is the best team in the country. Again, I was one of those people, and it wasn't because of Arch. It wasn't because of Arch. It was because Texas still, to me, has one of the best defenses in the country, and what I thought to be a pretty good wide receiver core that can help bail out Arch of any of his freshman or sophomore incompetence. And I say freshman with quotations because he's obviously not a freshman. But point being, I thought that he was going to be fine without all of that. Turns out I was wrong. Even if the Longhorn defense is any good, it just everything else is built like that. It's built like this. Just terrible. Absolutely awful. I hate watching it. It's awful. You think Jerry Newhazel is the future of UCLA football? Well, after this performance, they could be. They could be. You're out here making Nico look like a superstar. I think you're doing a pretty damn good job of it. Unbelievable. I mean, this is crazy. We should get relegated to the ACC for all I care. Yeah, if you go to Tank Conference, I think your odds of performing will be a whole lot better. This is a 54-yard attempt to end the game, or to end the first half for UCLA. 54 yards in the final 3 seconds of the half. Here it is. Kick is up, and it's got the accuracy. Oh, my goodness, he got it. Oh, my goodness, he nailed it. Field goal's good from 54 yards out. UCLA goes into the half 27-7. Penn State in absolute disaster class. That is absolutely asinine, dude. I cannot believe this. Throw to the end zone right here for Vandy. It's incomplete. Good pass protection right there. It'll be 3rd down and 10. Under 3 minutes left to go in this half. Boy, this is a spectacle right here, ain't it? Red just sent me a text. Red just sent me a text saying, Squid, buddy, we are so effed. He's not wrong. He's not. Good pitch right there. I think that was Pavia himself who got it. Vandy gets a first down. And this thing is getting tight. I'll say that much. Pause. Josef Stalin with the $2 super chat says, James Franklin would be the reason Nico gets a win. And that's crazy to think about. An Arctic Phoenix 27 sent a $2 super chat earlier. Much appreciated, man. Says, Clown of the Week, Penn State or Texas. They might share it. At least Florida's got to win. Keep that in mind. Florida's at least got to win. UCLA ain't got nothing. All right, reach the 2-minute warning here, Vandy Bama. I'm going to, here, I am really feeling the pain and the agony of being lightheaded, so I'm going to go run and get some water. I think that should make me feel a little bit better. We'll see. I'll be right back, you guys. All right. I've acquired hydration. This should do the trick. Because, God, I need it, man. This has been like a week. Maybe I just need to fall asleep. That's what I need. I gotta go. What I need to do is I need to, like, after these games are over, fall asleep for like 12 to 15 hours and just do a full-on factory reset. That's what I'm gonna need, a factory reset in order to prepare myself for the chaos that's impending and the stuff that I've got to write for all what we're witnessing here tonight. Second down and 6. End around for Alexander. Tries to get there to the end zone, but he's about a few yards short. He needs about 2 yards to get the first down and maybe 6 to get to the actual end zone. Okay, but seriously, what is your opinion on Maryland and Malik Washington? Let's check it out on them, shall we? 13-0. Is this? Yeah, no, that's Mickey Mouse. Can't that won't stick. Can't possibly stick. I don't know if you guys checked the time, but it's October. This is past September, Maryland. This can't be right. What's that all about? Here's Pavia, gets the first down, gets past the 5, and they've got 4 yards between them and another lead. Oh, we got some great games on right now. Virginia and Louisville's tied up at 14 apiece. Arizona's doing whatever they want to Oklahoma State. That one's on True TV. Yeah, literally. Or HBO Max. You want to watch some football on HBO Max? Go watch Arizona and Oklahoma State. Yeah, those guys in Stillwater, they're fitting of that fate. Syracuse, their offense, again, non-existent as per the usual. Yeah, Ricky Collins just ain't got it, man. 13 of 25, 155 yards and interception. Yeah, he's not got it, man. Not at all. Down 24-3 to SMU right now. Oklahoma's riding the struggle bus a bit, but they seem to be taking care of business against Kent State 20-0. Here's first and goal. Pavia, it's a little pitch, and it is a score. Gentlemen, we've got ourselves a Vanderbilt touchdown, and the Commodores take the lead with a minute left to go in the half.
High tide, guys! High tide! High tide!
Squid, what happened between Air Force and Navy? Hell if I know. Military football. That's about what you can do. Moronic McGee with the 2 says, petition to change week 6 to the week of the devil. Yeah, this is the second week in a row that some insanity has happened in the football world. I mean, this is insanity right now. Everybody's getting a little piece of the pie is what it's looking like. Basically, if you want to succeed in life, if you want to avoid a major upset, just make sure you take off for week 6. True freshmen from Maryland are really looking good right now. Malik Washington and 2 pass rushers. Yeah, no. Maryland does have a decent defense up front. I just thought most of these guys would... I just thought that once they get into the big competition, that things are just going to start to fall apart. But no, look at them. They're going into the half up 13-0. The defense is taking care of business, and while Washington definitely isn't having the greatest game, he's at least not making too many mistakes. Groundbreaking. I think it's more the Maryland defense doing their part than it is anything the offense is doing, though. As a South Carolina fan, I'm glad South Carolina has taken off Week 6. Well, the good news for you, is if you played Week 6, there wouldn't be a monstrous upset you'd have to avoid. You'd be the one of the ones trying to pull off the monstrous upset. And we're still waiting on 4 ranked games to start. That's absolutely right. What kind of absolute monstrosity is Florida State Miami going to be? That's what I want to know. That's what I'm waiting on. And Colorado and TCU are playing again. That's going to be fun. TCU and Colorado meeting on the field after that exciting brawl from the start of the year in 2023. Pass play. Simpson. Over the middle. Complete. Got it. First down. At the 35-yard line. Their own 35-yard line. Vandy gets Ty Simpson on that one. Big time hit. It's going to be second down. Homie Squid, you like Army or Navy more? I support our military people no matter which branch they come from. I don't have any preference towards Army or Navy. Neither of them have done anything to me to make me side with one or the other. When the game comes around in December, I always just root for the good game. I did it last year. I root for it every single year. Just root for the good game because it's the only game we got on that week. Oh yeah, Vandy's dominating with the shuffle passes. It's like who would have thought that happened? Ryan Williams breaks the tackle, gets Bama down into the 40-yard line with 27 seconds left to go. Bama's got no timeouts to use. Now keep in mind there is a flag on the play. I don't have the pool noodle on me, but we do have a flag. Wow. They called targeting on Vandy. Let's check this out. This is height with the hit. Looks like he tries to lead with the shoulder. Looks like he leads with the shoulder but makes contact with the helmet. Now, it's all a matter of whether or not he actually hit the crown of the helmet with his own. And then that would be considered targeting, and that would put him out for the rest of the game. Let's see what they rule. It's a shame we can't hear it. Would have really loved to hear the ruling in action. But of course, only Tank Conference of all conferences does that. So how do we think James Franklin will gets let go via firing? Mutual agreement or promote? He probably already got fired. Got sent to the locker room. They overturned it. No foul for targeting. James Franklin getting promoted to fan. I mean, what else can you ask for? Literally. Come on, buddy. I gotta stand up again. I need you to work with me here. Bro, I can't figure out for the life of me. Is it dehydration? Chat, do you guys have any idea why I feel like lightheaded? Hold on, I'm getting a call. This is a very... No, you can wait until after the half. Sorry. There's 27 seconds left in this thing. You know better than to call me. First down and 10. 4 receivers out. Simpson rolling back to throw. Got a man over the middle on the outside. Gets to the sideline. Inside the 30. 23 seconds to go. They've got time to work with here, that's for sure. Now do keep in mind, you do not have you do not have a timeout if you need to kick the field goal. 4 receivers out. Here's Simpson back to throw again. Another one over the middle. Got a man. Oh my goodness, it was on the outside. It was on the sideline. Had a man wide open on the sideline. Touchdown, Alabama. All right, well, that ties up the ball game right as it comes to an end in the half. 17 seconds left to go. Wow, unbelievable. Tough break for the people who wanted the upset. Looks like things are returning to normalcy for at least the time being. That does make things more interesting, though. It's 14 apiece going into the half now. Dehydration, you pounded caffeine. It's also withdrawal. You didn't get too much in today. That is a good point, yeah. I haven't had my dose of caffeine. I am feeling my withdrawals coming in. I think I need an adjustment in my diet. That would probably be the first step. We tied Vandy, Paul Feinbaum. He's a Paul Feinbaum here. It's a great day for Paul Feinbaum.
Alabama.
Why do defenses suck so bad inside 2 minutes? Because that's when in most cases, that's when they whip out all their trick plays. Except for Penn State, they don't have any trick plays. The only trick they got is themselves. That's the trick. The trick about Penn State is believing they're a program worthy of a title. Hey guys, do we have an upset today? I woke up late. Am I watching the... yeah, no upsets at all in any capacity. In fact, there's nothing big going down right now. There's no big major upsets that are underway in the current moment of time. So, no. Trust me, you're fine. Go watch the MLB or whatever. Oh my goodness. And Vandy will like to take a knee, and that'll be your half, ladies and gentlemen. That is your half right there. It is 14-all, Vandy and Bama. Well, this is a close game as you would expect. And I'm attempting to survive the whole way through because part of me wants to crash. I can't decide what to do, man. It's just been an absolutely monstrous week for me, and I feel like my body is just telling me, hey, Squidtard, you put too much effort in, man. Get the hell to sleep. It's something like that. Yeah, no. Red is concerned too, in case you were wondering. Red is sitting there like, how are we gonna get through this week? That's what Red's asking me right now. Ow. Pinch the back of your hand and let go. If your skin immediately retains its normal shape, if you let go, your hydration isn't that bad. If the skin takes a second or two, you're pretty dehydrated. Pinch the back of your hand and let go. Oh, I see. Let's do that again. Because I think I know what you're talking about. So I'm doing it right? Pinch in the back of my hand. Let go. Yeah, it took a good minute. I think it might be dehydration. Anyway, that's your half. Let's check in on the first half stats. First of all, Justin Ziegler, been a member for 2 months. 2 months. Much appreciated, man. Says, well, let's check up around the league. Texas, Florida. Oh, yeah, Texas. That's, dear Lord James Franklin, what are you doing? Yeah, that's going to be my analysis in the freaking chaos video. Watching them is just pure chaos. Or at this point, just nepotism. Not nepotism. Nihilism, I mean. Sorry, my bad. I was thinking of Deion Sanders. All right, let's run some stats real fast, shall we? Check out the halftime stats for you. Diego Pavia, 11 of 16 for 88 yards, a touchdown and interception. Meanwhile, Ty Simpson, 13 of 18, 188 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Clearly, one is doing better than the other, and that's Bart Simpson over Pavia. Vandy's established a pretty good run game, though. They do have more rushing yards. Cedric Alexander, 74 yards. Jam Miller, 73. Just barely cutting it close right there. But the difference has been that Pavia himself has also been running for a few big gains, like the one he had earlier. He had that 36-long run that he had, and then that's been pretty much the gist of it. But he's made some pretty big plays where it's need be. So the important thing is that both teams currently have 14 points apiece. And I think that's what everybody's sort of paying attention to now, because that's that turns out that's how you win the game. Who would have thought? Both teams only have 1 turnover, so it looks to me like it's going to come down to who's going to have the more turnovers. I think that is probably going to be the difference. Justin Ziegler, appreciate the 2, buddy. Says so does Penn State listen and fire Franklin now? No. No, of course not. No, not for this. It's going to take a whole lot more than this to fire James Franklin. For all he's done for Penn State, no. And any oh my goodness, are you freaking kidding me? Yep. Are you serious? No freaking way that just happened. Yep, UCLA. Oh my goodness. Drew Aller finally had a good pass. Guess what happens? He gets a good pass off to the tight end. He freaking fumbles the football, and now UCLA's got it again. I cannot believe this. Penn State's screwed, man. They're screwed. Like, for the rest of the year, they're done. You're not winning many more games with receivers like that. You're just not. Man. I cannot believe this. First team to score on 5 drives. I didn't even read the rest of that graphic, but I saw it said something absolutely ridiculous about James Franklin. Unbelievable, dude. Hyphen Wade, appreciate the 5, buddy. Says, in your estimation, how does this affect the outlook of Drew Aller in his future? Well, if it does anything, it makes it look way worse than it was before. And it's not entirely his fault either. When you have a wide receiver core as bad as the one Penn State's always had, there's no saving you. Penn State, I think what happened was UCLA came into this game knowing that Penn State was going to test the run game, and they shut it down pretty well. So now they forced Drew Aller to make plays, and he doesn't have a receiver core to make plays, nor does he have the abilities himself to do it. There's nothing self-sustaining about Drew Aller that's going to keep him a cut above the rest. He isn't. He's getting outplayed by Nico. Just absolutely insane. He's getting outplayed and outmaneuvered by Nico. I mean, that sentence alone pretty much tells you everything you need to know about where Drew Aller stands right now. And can James Franklin be saved? I mean, saved from what? Himself? No. This is just the way of James Franklin. 3rd and 10, throw over the middle, incomplete. Penn State finally gets a stop on defense. They'll get the ball back off of a turnover. Lucky stand there. All right, real quick. We're still in the halftime report. There is something I need to take care of. Because turns out, so my dog is on medication and nobody's giving it to her. So I have to go be the one to give it to her. So I won't be gone for too long. But I do need to go take care of that. So I will let's see here. Here's what we'll do. Okay? I got an idea. Can I pull up the video again? No, it's nowhere to be found. Oh well. I was gonna show you guys the tree facts video, but no biggie. No big deal. I'll play this music here and then I'll be back in about 5. I'm back. Barely surviving, but I am back. All right. Well, I've returned. My Chrome is already breaking again, so I got to make sure to refresh it. Every time I load up the YouTube chat through Chrome, it like breaks. I hate it. Ay. As soon as I can see your guys' live chats, I'll try and read them. But Chrome, yep. Oh snap! Something went wrong with displaying this web page. Error code out of memory. Wow. Oh my, unbelievable. Google Chrome is just cursed, man. All right. Anyway. Finally, here we go. Penn State needs to lock in immediately. UCLA has to go 0-12. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I hope they do. Because you know me. Nothing would be funnier than seeing UCLA choke this. In all honesty, I feel like it would be funnier for me to see UCLA choke this absolutely monstrous lead than for Penn State to get clowned on. I mean, both of them are really, really funny. But I mean, either way, it's a winnable outcome for me. Because either I get to see Penn State and James Franklin lose, or I get to see Nico lose. So it's a win-win scenario, but I don't know. Bill Belichick, 3 losses by 25 or more points, most in a coach's career. Most in a coach's career in a year. Great. Incredible. What an elite coach. First team to score on 5 drives versus Penn State under James Franklin. That's the stat I was trying to read that UCLA has over him. Unbelievable. What a disaster class by Penn State right now. Tim Skipper might be the real deal or something. I don't know. Billy needs to be fired. Well, Billy, he might be saving his job tonight because remember they're up on Texas right now. If that holds, if this holds and Texas can't beat Florida, then Billy has pretty much saved his job. At least for the time being. That'll be a win that propels them for the rest of the season. I think we can all agree on that. Let's see. Oh my goodness. This might be groundbreaking. This might be a groundbreaking shock to you guys, but guess what? Oregon State is losing once again, down 24-14 to Appalachian State. Oregon State, I think right now is looking to be your biggest tank of the year. I'm going to move this down a bit. There we go. That'll work. If Penn State loses, they may also end up being lolcow of the week for urinating tree. If it's that bad. Oh, yeah, no, they're an absolute disaster this year. Just this today. They're an absolute disaster today. But moreover, if they actually lose this game, they will be a disaster of the year. Barstool Penn State Fire everyone. Unmitigated disaster on every level. This team quit. Oh boy. So who between Vandy and Alabama do you think look more impressive so far? Vandy. Vandy so far. What? Can Kansas State be saved, or does the entire staff have to go? Well, the UCF win gives them a little more lineage to think about it. But if they continue to go down the path of death, then, yeah, I think by that point there's going to have to be some serious conversations had. What gives Chris Kleeman a lot of leverage is kind of the same thing that gives Mark Stoops a lot of leverage, and that's these are both coaches that, yes, they look terrible now. They aren't very good. They haven't been the greatest all time. But what they do have is they've given their program far more success than any of the other coaches. Guys, I hate to leave again. I know I just did, but dadgummit. Again, nobody's home here, so I'm taking care of everything around the house. My brother is blowing up my phone about reaching out to the cats and feeding them and everything like that, but he's not here, so that's reasonable. I'll go take care of it. I'll be right back, I promise. It'll take just a minute. And you'll probably see Scooter run out of my room in the process, because Scooter came in earlier. He'll probably run out because I'm going to go get food for him. Okay, all right. I'm back. For real this time. For real. Everyone's fed. The cats are good. The dogs are good. Everybody's good now. Everybody's well fed. Everybody knows where they are. All right. Except for me. I don't know where I am. Yeah, the game just came back on, so I'm gonna try and get back into it. Sorry for all the interruptions. Penn State gets a huge play on third down, pins UCLA all the way back. Actually, no. I think they got a scoop and score. Whatever they did. Okay, that's Scooter. Scooter just ran under. Scooter just likes to be wherever I'm at. But Smokey's been banned from here. The UAB stream will tell you all about that. Scooter's been banned from this establishment. Because Dummy decided, hey, I'm gonna eat Squidtard's earbuds. So, yeah. A huge defensive touchdown. Likely just save Penn State. We'll see. We'll see. With this extra point, they're only going to be down now by 6. It is up. It is good. So now it is only 27-21. Penn State has clawed their way back into this game. And now the Nittany Lions are only down by 6. So block punt. Okay, that's what it was. Sorry, I didn't see. I was so... and I was... my head was on a swivel. I was looking at 16 different things. Okay, thank you for telling me that, Scott. All right. 2nd and 8 for Vandy. Pavia looking back. Now he's going to run for himself. Throws late. It is incomplete. Receiver dropped it. And it'll be 3rd down and 8. Be 3rd down and 8. Here's Vandy at the 42-yard line. Pass play. Pavia looking. Not a lot of time to do so. Rolls out. Tries to run, and he's going to be taken down about 4 yards short. Bama defense holds on strong, and the Crimson Tide is going to get the ball back here. Whew. After refs missed a horse collar tackle. If UCLA blows this, it'll be even funnier. That's what I'm saying. You're speaking the facts, Yo Man Connor. You're telling it exactly like it is, or scary Yo Man Connor now. Ooh. Good tackle right there by Vandy. Pins Bama all the way back around to 10, and that's where they'll start their next drive. 14 all is what we're still looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see. We'll see how well they can hold. Can we get a quick shout out to UConn for absolutely murdering FIU right now, 34-3 after the touchdown? Yeah, UConn's good. UConn might as well be a Power 4 team in disguise. Legitimately, they are good. Oh, what a hurdle right there. What a hurdle by the tight end. Cuevas, I think that's what his name was. Beautiful hurdle, jumps over a man to get the rest of the yards needed for a 1st down. Seems the talent fee might be coming in the clutch for Bama tonight. We'll see. Oregon seems to be mentally and physically breaking teams like Oklahoma State and Penn State. Well, Oklahoma State was already broken. They had no soul left. Penn State's just moronic. Here's a deep shot. Got it, Ryan Williams at the 20-yard line. A huge deep bomb to Ryan Williams, and of course he comes through in the clutch. Well, it turns out if you throw it to him, he might actually catch the football. Shocker. Big shocker. I'm not sure who that DB for Vandy was looking for, but that was some of the worst effort I've ever seen. He got beat and then couldn't even come up with the tackle. After the slate of games, Miami and FSU is a toss-up, rooting for additional chaos, I suppose. Yeah, at that point, we're just rooting for a good game. Here's a handoff. Up the middle, nothing given there. Yeah, I saw Florida kick the field goal. It's 22-7 now. So Texas is going to need... They're still only down by 2 scores, but they're going to need a touchdown, another touchdown, and then on top of that, at least 1 2-point conversion in that setting. So, yeah, best of luck to you. Hope you get it figured out. Good friggin' luck. Second down and 5 in the red zone now. Another run up the gut, nothing given. It's going to be 3rd and 5. Notre Dame seems to have talent feed all over Boise now. They're up 21-7 late in the 3rd quarter. Oklahoma State's dead. They're getting absolutely just obliterated by Arizona. Sort of different verse, same as the last, honestly. Nebraska is up 14-7 on Michigan State. An underrated Big Ten brawl right there. Both of those teams are 3-1. Have yet to win a conference game, though. Great hit right there by Taylor. Corner coming in to make the clutch tackle, and it'll be 4th down for Bama. They'll have to settle for the field goal with the heads go. The heads go for you guys. Keep a close eye on Minnesota, Ohio State. I know the Buckeyes have the top defense in the land, but Minnesota's offense has taken a huge stride forward. They might actually finish better than 7-5 this year. We'll see. Here we go. 4th and 8. The field goal is good, and Bama is on top, 17-14. What a game we got here, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Williams loves that spin after the catch. Well, sometimes if you're good enough, you can make it work. If you're good enough, you can make magic happen. Maryland up big versus Washington. Maybe they're mediocre instead of trash. Well, no, the thing about Maryland is that they've always been the team that dies after September. It's been a running gag on my videos that Maryland is that team that looks good for 1 month and then just completely vanishes off the face of the earth. But here we are now. In the turn of October, we're in the last quarter of the year, and they're still good. Or at least they're still decent, good enough to win games. So this is surprising. That's one of the biggest stunners for me right there, is Maryland still being good. I did not expect that. 20-0 over Washington. That's that is impressive. Right now, UCLA. Right now, I'd say Penn State is looking in a much better spot than Texas. I will say that. All they need. Well, I'm not so sure now. UCLA is in goal line territory again. First and goal for Nico Amadolivia. Here he is. Handoff up the middle. Nothing given there. Be 2nd and goal. I was going to say that because Florida is up by 2 scores and a 2-point conversion. Penn State is only down by a touchdown as it stands right now. That could very well change in just a minute. UCLA, all they need is a field goal here, and they're up by 2 scores once again. Virginia, Louisville, still a brawl. If you say there's a pick 6, that puts Virginia back on top. Here's a handoff up the middle. Nico, not quite there. Oh my goodness. No way they called that. There's no way. Okay. They ruled it down. The ball popped out at the very end of that play. They're calling it a touchdown. Let's check this out. Nico runs, tries to spin. It looks like the ball crossed, and yeah, that's a touchdown. Nico scores another rushing touchdown on the Penn State defense, and Penn State's back down by 2 scores. I saw the ball pop out there at the very end. I might have thought that they scored off of that, but no, it turns out it was something else. And now they're lined up for the 2-point conversion, but the refs, of course, want to review that and see what went down. I thought Penn State defense was good. Yeah, the people in the Discord server who agreed that Penn State has the possibility of winning the national championship, my lord, do they feel stupid right now. First down and 10. Handoff up the middle. Nothing given for Pavi on that one. A false start. The offensive line for UCLA had a false start in the 2-point conversion. So that's gonna make whatever they're gonna do here much tougher. Here's 2nd down and 9 for the Commodores. Pass play. Pavia throws, got his man, complete, tries to get the rest of the yards. Eli Stowers gets maybe 8, and it'll be 3rd and short. And looks like UCLA is going to switch their game plan. They go for the PAT now, and they got it. It's good. So the PAT is now 34-21. UCLA still on top by 13. But that could be something that comes back to bite them. We'll keep a close tab on that. Third down and 1 for Vandy. This is Pavia taking it for himself, and he is shut down well before. That's a big loss right there. I would have just taken the run straight up the gut. I don't know what they were doing. Well, that gives Bama the ball back. Huge play by the Alabama defense. Whirlpool 730. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Terps told themselves today was September 34th. Maybe. They just need to run with that for the rest of the year. By the time they reach the national championship, it'll be September whatever. Hold on, I think I got to catch up on my super chats. I think we're up to. I just didn't update the Squiddy counter. We're up to. Yeah, that's. I think it's 21 now. There we go. Okay, had to make sure the Squiddy counter was as right as it was. Penn State Shitney Lions are favored by 24.5 points. I was surprised they weren't favored by more. W t-shirt. Appreciate it, Kite. Good old Shiro, man. Where is she? I know. I think her stream finished. By the way, in case you were wondering why I'm wearing this, it's I did in case you guys weren't there for it, I did a couple of streams with a YouTuber known as Mia Zoom. It was I kind of made this merch here. Not flexing about that. I just wanted to let it be known. But I did buy this in support of her, and it was her birthday today, so Here I am in her merch as a celebratory gift on my end. Please win, Vandy. Don't choke now. We're all saying the same thing. We're right there with you, buddy. We're right there with you. Can't wait for all 20 UCLA fans in attendance to politely enter the field after all of this is over. Oh yeah, no. They'll be walking in a single file line onto the field. Yeah, somebody said they're going to drizzle the field, and that made me laugh pretty hard. I will say it was weird seeing you play Sonic. Yeah, no, I've been doing like those streams for a while. I just never had the drive to actually like continuously stream over on the main channel. But then when I met her and met her community and stuff like that, that's what sort of pushed me into actually doing it way more. And that's how that got started. Drexicor, welcome. He's become an official soldier of Tardaria. Thank you very much, good sir. Welcome to the club. I've got a lot of channel members now. I've got so many channel members now that I can't even put them all in that in the credits. You know, like those there used to be scrolling credits that would come up on the screen there. I can't do that anymore. There's literally too much space. It's stupid, I know. I wish I could figure out how to change it, but they quite literally will not let me. So, unfortunately, I can't do anything about that. I wish there was a good James Franklin image to use for the current moments that are transpiring. Brrr. Here's Simpson again. Goes 10 yards back. Now he's running. Throws. He's got a man open. It is caught at the 50. Nearly breaks that tackle. But it's another good play right there. Bama appears to be blowing this game wide open. Because right now, all the momentum is flipped onto their side. Isaac Brown down for Louisville. I hate not being able to play Louisville at their best, but injuries happen. Is he down? Like, is he just hurt? Like, out for the game? Or is he, like, out, like he tore, like, an ACL or something? Squid, are you rooting for UCLA or Penn State? I'm just rooting for the chaos, honestly. In all honesty, literally, I'm just rooting for the chaos to unfold. That's how it should be. For a game like that, I don't care who wins. I just want to laugh at somebody. Leah Raptor 21 is becoming an official soldier of Tardaria. Welcome! Look at all these new members we're getting. The Tardarian Empire is expanding on a level we've never seen before. I love you guys and I support y'all. Welcome! Thank you for becoming an official member.
This is life and I'm living it. This is life and I'm living it.
I need to create, I've still got to go through, I've got to make more soundboards. There's more I've got to make. I know that for a fact. Bart Simpson rolling out. Slides down after maybe 3 or 4 yards on the play. And it'll be 3rd down and about 6. There is nobody at the UCLA game. Oh, there's somebody. There's a clown. There's a clown at the UCLA game. Ain't that right, James? Dadgum James Franklin making a total clown of himself right now. Vandy needs to win this, please, for the love of all things, not the SEC, please. Buddy, I think the dream is dying. I think your dream is cooked. Back to pass. Bart Simpson, time to throw, gets another man over on a slant route, good for a 1st down and a little bit more. Bama finally using their high-end talent to do something. The talent fee coming in through the clutch. Virginia has the ball right now. He was limping real bad. He's on the sideline while Virginia still has possession. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's not good. If he's limping, then, you know, like, chances are that's something where like, he'll be out, like, for a few drives, maybe out for the rest of the game. But no, if he's out for, like, the season, that is an absolutely brutal loss right there. All the time to throw for Ty Simpson, running away. Look at the man run like a chicken with his head cut off. Ball comes out late. It might be recovered by Vandy. Yes, it is. It's a live ball down at the 40, the 30, the 20, the 10. Oh, no, Bama, no. Oh, no. That is the one thing you can't do. Oh, my goodness. Scoop and score. Vanderbilt has taken the lead off of a Ty Simpson mistake. They are probably going to review that. Yeah, ref ball is going to save them. Ref ball is going to save their lives. It looks to me like he was, guys, sorry, he was down. He was down, sorry. Sorry, dream's dead. Dream's dead, dream's cooked. Dream's cooked. That's it. His wrist was down. He's down. It's not even a question. That isn't deep throating Bama. That's just the rules. It sucks. I mean, it would be funny if this stayed. There's no way this stands. They're gonna overturn that. They absolutely have to. There's no way that play stands. Yeah, Ty Simpson literally running around with this chicken with his head, like a head cut off, just constantly going like that. Ooh, 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 ooh! Oh my goodness! Oh, whoa! What? And the Vandy guys were just sitting there, just jumping on him, trying to get him, but they couldn't. So I mean, credit to Bart Simpson for running around all like that. I mean, he's obviously got the talent and the ability to run around, which is why I'm so confused why they won't use it to actually run. Showing signs that Jalen Milroe were its best. But yeah, no, his wrist was down, his knee was down. Duh. We all knew that. Oh no. Touchdown Gators. Did Wilson get him out of bounds there? Or did Wilson get out of bounds? No, I don't think he did. He didn't. I don't know what McDonald's was doing there when he was trying to tackle him, but no, that's a Florida touchdown. And with this PAT, the Gators are going to be up by 15. They've got time, but that could potentially be the dagger, knowing how Texas's offense works. It doesn't, by the way. Oh no, Texas. Bro, this is embarrassing. 2nd and 15, throws. It's caught. First down. Or no, not quite a first down. Maybe a couple yards short. I forgot. It's they got 15 yards, not 10. Okay, so now it's 3rd down and 6. Bama's gotten all the way to the 24-yard line. Got to get to the 18 to convert this. They're lined up 5 wide. Bar Simpson all alone in the backfield. Let's see what they got here. Switch formation. It's looks like they're going to send. Now they're actually going to use his legs. Wow. They actually use Bart Simpson for a run play. He runs out through the middle, and on a QB run gets the first down. Bama continues to push down the field, and it looks like Vandy is gassed. God, obviously that was the right call, but them reversing that scoop and score really killed Vandy's momentum. Penn State just scored 2. It's going to make it a 6-point game again. Wow. You know, obviously if this score holds and Penn State loses, they'll be clown of the week. But if this doesn't hold, boy, we're going to have some options. Simpson on the pass play. He's thrown down a major sack right there. Trying to do the same thing he's always done, which is extend the play, but Vandy makes him pay for it, and off the sack, it's going to be 2nd and long. We got 114 people in here right now. Appreciate all you guys for watching. So I know I keep saying that a lot, but it really does stun me how so many people are in here watching my stuff. I greatly appreciate it. Literally all you're doing is just sitting here watching some dude cover football in a funny mannerism. That's literally all you're doing. And I greatly appreciate that. Yeah, 4 sacks for the Commodorks. 2 minutes left to go in the third quarter. Ty Simpson rolling back. Throws it, and it complete. Batted at the line by a D lineman. Number 99 got his hands on it. And it'll be 3rd down and long. What a play. Batted that thing down. I'm looking for Scooter. There he is. Hi, Scooter. Hey, buddy. Hi. What you doing? That ball is well short. I think he got about 7 yards out of that. It sets up an easy field goal, but it's going to be 4th down. If I was Bama right there, I would have set that one up just straight towards the middle. Because there's some fluky things that could happen here on a field goal from this angle. I've seen it happen time and time again. Field goals get blocked or something stupid happen from this angle. But if it's straightforward, you'd have a better shot. Here's Talty. This is a pretty easy field goal to make, even from this angle. 30 yards. If you're a scholarship quarterback, this should be an easy one to make. It is up, and it's good. Nailed it. All right, well, there you go. No reason for concern. Bama has a field goal kicker, and it is 20-14. Bama's still on top. We'll get to see what Vandy does. Maybe they can tie this ball game up or potentially get the lead. Yeah, Scooter's hiding. Scooter always does this. He hides under the bed because for whatever reason he's very, very camera shy. This might get him out. Hey, Scooter. You go look outside, buddy? Check out the outside. Check out what's going on out there. Come here, buddy. Psst, 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 psst. I think he's trying to sleep on me. I think he might be taking a nap. Scooter! Scooter! Hey! Scooter, come here, buddy. Scooter. Hi. What you doing? He ain't coming out. I tried. He's like Penn State's defense. Did not want to come out today. Michigan State ties. Touchdown, Childs. Good for them. Good for them. Boy, if I'm Michigan State, one thing I'm being very thankful for is that y'all beat Boston College. Y'all may have needed chaos overtime to do it, but boy, if y'all lost to that Boston College team, my goodness. That could be the new team on the chopping block right there. Because, boy, they're bad. Why did I get pinged on Discord? Oh. All right. All right. It'd be funny, very funny, if Vanderbilt of all teams managed to beat Alabama. Well, considering Florida State did it, if Florida State can beat Bama, then anybody can. You know what I mean? But if Bama took a second loss this early in the season, that would be disastrous. That's absolutely hilarious. We're 6 weeks into this season, and Bama has less leverage for losing than Vandy does. That is absolutely hilarious. Welcome to the current year, everybody. James Franklin, a legacy of failure. Only in the big games, and then whatever the hell we're watching here. Let the Calgorhythm move into motion. No, Calgorhythm's dead. You get shut out 34-0 by a non-Power 5 team or Power 4 team, then yeah, you're dead. No Discord? There's a Discord. The Discord should be in the description. Yeah, join the new college football Discord. It's not even new necessarily. We've had it around for a long time, but I call it new, just to get more people to join. But yeah, no, we have a great time over in the college football server. A lot of people in there. A lot of people now. Like I recently had to add a bunch of brand new moderators just to try and mediate all the chaos that's going on in that server, because there are so many people in there right now. It is. I think we're past 300 something. That's how many people are in there right now. That is insane. All-State playoff predictor going to have Vandy with an 80% chance. Yeah, they've got a really good shot, I think, because if they win this game, if they win this game, they've got a very big shot of potentially actually doing it. First down and 10, rolling out of the pocket. Pavia tries to run for himself. Maybe gets 3 or 4 yards out of that. Oh. Well, Maddox the Madman just threw an interception. They're basically done for. They're cooked. There is a flag on the play, though, so this might come back. That might come back. That might save them. We'll see. Second down and 7. 5 wide. Here's Pavia trying to run. Now he's going to throw late. Got a man open. First down, a little bit more. And they're moving. They're doing a little bit of moving downfield. So I think they call, Marcus Freeman is livid. He's sitting there going like this, whatever that means. I'm not sure what that's about, but he's really, really angry because they just called roughing the passer on Notre Dame. That negates the interception. Yeah, the eyes of Texas. Oh, big scary eyes right there. But that'll wrap up the third quarter for this game. Put your fours up, gentlemen and ladies. We have reached the fourth quarter of this Vandy-Bama game. This is as tight as it can ever get. This definitely lives up to expectations, I think. I think we can all agree on that at the bare minimum. Vandy and Florida State are quality wasses. Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be hearing that. Just you wait. Bama's going to go 9-3 again. They're going to lose to somebody else down the line. It's going to be this team turns out they're all quality washes. That's why we should be in. Because if we're at our full potential, we're going to beat anybody in the country. The problem is you're never at your full potential. Ever. Bama, again, they're the primary reason we hear about all these hypothetical jokes with the SEC. They're the primary reason for it because they keep telling us about how badly they'd beat this team or that team if they ever met on the neutral field or whatever. And it's like, shut up. You couldn't beat Vandy on the road. You couldn't beat Oklahoma on the road. You couldn't beat a terrible Jackson Arnold on the road. Nico's 1-0 all time against you. I don't want to hear it. Especially if you lose this game at home. Losing at home against Vandy, I don't even care how great Vandy is. You don't lose 3 games and then expect for that to happen. My goodness, dude. All right, well, here's the throw. Oh, my goodness. Arch Manning just threw an interception, bro. Why did we hype this guy up? He's awful. He just doesn't have it. My goodness. Well, behold, the reason Billy Napier still has a job. Quite literally. I thought we'd be the ones to help him out, but I guess the other UT got there before we could. Boise State, yeah, Boise State's done. Boise State's cooked. They can't get past the Notre Dame defensive wall. That's just going to be how it is. Yeah, no, I said this earlier about Arch Manning. I gave him the benefit of the doubt for Ohio State because that was his first game starting against, well, his first game this year starting. He only started like three something games last year because Quinn Ewers was hurt. Sorry, train of thought. But I turned like Arch during his reads. But I gave him the benefit of the doubt because he was going up against the number one defense in the nation in Ohio State. I gave him the benefit of the doubt there, but ever since then, he doesn't have it. But I mean, bro was so happy about his performance against Sam Houston. He was bad-mouthing Sam Houston's defense, like that was the best you've ever seen. It's absolutely insane. And UCLA is driving down the field on Penn State's defense again. My goodness, this is a legacy night, isn't it? It's a legacy night if you're a top 10 team. I know that for a fact. AJ Newberry's driven down. Nothing there. Second down coming up for Vandy. Oh my goodness. UCLA is just doing whatever they want to Penn State's defense. This is the title-winning defense that we heard so much about. The same one that struggled against Northwestern. The same one that let development Dan Mullen do whatever they want to do against them. It doesn't add up. This doesn't make sense. Finally, a big sack. Nico is thrown down. Well, that's not Nico. That's actually a run play. Here we go. 4 receivers out. Pavia all alone in the backfield on 2nd and 8. Throws. It's a screen play on the sideline. Good for maybe 5 yards. It'll be 3rd and short. Scary Young Man Connor, appreciate the $2 super chat. Funniest day of college football ever? I don't know about that. This is definitely a comical day in the history of college football. But funniest day? I don't know. I'm enjoying watching it, but I think, I don't know. Legacy day for Squidtard. I feel like week 1 was better. There was a lot more going right in week 1. But still, this is entertaining. Let's see, 3rd and 1 for Vandy. It's going to be Pavia. Got a wide open man. They did the fake on the play, and it is good for a first down. A whole lot more past the 20. They fooled everybody on that one. Everybody expected the run play, but no, it was Pavia on a throw, and they got a big gain out of it. Vandy's going to be in the red zone, down by 6 with minimal time left on the clock. My goodness, fellas. We are in for a photo finish here in Tuscaloosa. The funniest day was when Alabama, Ole Miss, and Texas A&M lost in the same day. That was pretty funny. I got a good ha-ha out of that. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Nico with another touchdown. Nico with another rushing touchdown. Oh no, Pavia! No, Pavia! Diego Manziel! Diego Manziel! You were supposed to be the chosen one, Diego Manziel! You were supposed to throw a touchdown on Bama! Not turn into the Cleveland Browns version of yourself! Oh... Well, in case you missed that, Diego Pavia just threw a pick in the end zone, gives the ball right back to Bama. That was their chance, man. That was their chance. It was a complete misread on Pavia's part. Did not see it coming. But it was a great effort by the DB to get that pick because he might have had him, just a wide receiver was not able to get it. Anyway, Nico just scored again, so there's that. Here's the 2-point attempt right here. Rolling out of the pocket, trying to get something going. He throws late, and he's got a man. Oh, my goodness! It is caught in the end zone. Nico fighting for his life out there. 42-28. His offensive line is doing him absolutely no favors. But we're at a point now to where we're gaslighting Nico into being a good quarterback. You got to be shitting out of my own ass. What are we doing here? Unbelievable, dude. That is insane. Shout out to Penn State's defense for giving the national media an excuse to prop up Nico. What are we doing here, boys? Gentlemen, what are we looking at? My goodness. W shirt, appreciate it, Mia. Yeah. Happy birthday, by the way. Happy birthday. My brain's a little fuzzy, so I forget what age you're turning. But happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday, Mia. Clown music now. Not yet. Not yet. UCLA ain't dead yet. Or not UCLA. Penn State isn't entirely dead yet. Remember, this is the type of stuff that happens with Georgia. Georgia will be down by an infinite amount of touchdowns, and in the final 5 minutes of the game, they turn into absolute gods. I'm not buying it for a second. All right. I think I feel a little better now. Earlier in the stream, I was like super lightheaded and dehydrated. I think that's what it was. But I think it was. I think I was pretty dehydrated. I do feel at least a little bit better now. Pass play. This is Bama getting a first down off of a halfback screen, and the chaos must continue. We are dead, Squid. We don't have Kirby as our coach. We have big game James Franklin. You're not wrong about that. I can't argue with that. No, that is the truth. But after what I saw in Minnesota, I can see anything happening. There are about 27 flags on that play, on that throw right there. Let's see what this is. Vandy was offsides. So he took a desperation heave for that particular reason. All right, that's fair. Is Nico legit after this? No. No. This win right here doesn't take away from the fact that UCLA was 0-4. You know, one big giant cake doesn't take away from the 4 dumpsters that are right next to it. Here's first down and 5. That one batted in the air, nearly intercepted, but caught. Turns into a loss for Bama, though, and it'll be 2nd and 6 now. The chaos has restored your hydration. You might be onto something there. Might be a little, because I was like big time lightheaded when the stream started. I thought I was gonna have to cut it off early. I do feel like, let me say it like this. I do feel sort of like out of it. But it's I feel much better than I did before. That's the thing. I ain't trying to make a scene during one of my live streams. That's the last thing I need to do. I think a timeout was called there by somebody, so that'll end that. All right. First down and 10. We're under 10 minutes left to go in this Texas-Florida game. They're down by 15 still, and they're at their own 15. Here's Arch on the throw. The pressure gets to him again. The line just completely crumbles, and Florida sacks him again. Florida's got a great D-line, man. That's all there is to it for that one. Look at all the... I love how you're seeing a bunch of Squidtard oranges pop up. Look at all the little Squidtard icons, dude. That is hilarious. I love seeing that little orange character pop up every single time one of the members type a chat. Sometimes this just loads up on my feed. What? This got, like, I'll get like highlights of the games and stuff on my Twitter feed, and then I get a comment that says, I really was afraid to admit it, but I'm low-key, high-key, really into feet a little bit. Okay. Wonderful. Is my feed trying to tell me something? Brother, I am not, last I checked, I am not into feet. Is Louisville ass or Virginia solid? Yesn't. I think both teams are actually pretty good. Virginia's good. I think Virginia's an actually good team this year in the conference. They will be a contender by the end of it, I think. And now that they're taking out undefeated Louisville, they're going to have some leverage in the conference. They've already taken down undefeated Florida State. Then they're going to take down undefeated Louisville. They don't play Georgia Tech or Miami. The rest of their schedule after this is so unbelievably easy. Washington State, North Carolina, Cal, Wake Forest, Duke, and Virginia Tech. Any mid-tier ACC team, I guarantee you, is winning at least 4 or if not 5 of those. You can win out with a schedule like that. But then again, they did lose to NC State, so they'll find a way to Virginia it up. Interesting use of free speech, yeah. The glory of America, huh? Where you can watch college football and talk about how you're into feet. Do not worry, guys. I am not into feet. You do not have to worry about that. But don't ask me what I'm into. Trust me, you don't want to know. Second down and 5 for Alabama here at the 35-yard line. Rolling out of the pocket once again. This is going to be a little pop-off pass. Good for nothing. Could not get a single yard out of that one. We'll be looking at 3rd and 5. Holcatron 66. Welcome to the Soldier of Tardaria. We have another channel member. Much appreciated, buddy. Thank you for joining along with us tonight. And thank you for becoming a member of Tardaria. I gotta update the... oh, okay. Good, I already updated it. I was worried I didn't update the Squiddy counter. Because I might have to hit the Squiddy again tonight. Here we go. 3rd down and 5 for Bama. Vandy trying to hold on to some semblance of life here. 11 minutes left to go in this ball game. Down by 6. They desperately need a stop right here. Line up in the bunch formation. Now Bart Simpson rolling out of the pocket again, extending the play. Throws late. Got a man. First down. What a play by Ty Simpson. My goodness. He waited until the very last second As he extended that play for literally as long as he could. And as he was jumping out of bounds, he threw it, got his man. The drive shall continue. This man is like what happens when you take Jalen Milroe and actually let him throw the football. My goodness, he's good. Push up the gut, nearly broke away, but good for maybe 2 or 3 yards. Please don't diss my Wazoo Cougs. Well, as long as they look good today, then I have no reason to. If they looked bad, or Lord forbid if they lost, yeah, good luck. Alferia, welcome. Welcome to the Soldier of Tardaria. Now, we got another member who joining us tonight. We got 7 new members tonight. That credit reel is going to be extending for a long time in the chaos, I'll tell you that much. Push up the gut for Bama. That might be enough to get the first down. I think so. I think he's about a yard short, though. Still, though, what a play. Wazoo is on the bye. Oh, well, I think you all have got a pretty good shot. And there's the push on 3rd and 1. Gets that, extends the drive. They're about 10 yards away from field goal range. 1-score game at the Rose Bowl. Yeah, all these games are coming down to the wire. I'll tell you what, all of you guys who voted last week, all of you guys who voted last week for the 3:30 slate, you might have been onto something. We have yet to see what happens in the 7:30 slate, but I think there ain't much better than what we're seeing right now, I'll tell you that much. 3 top 10 teams with their entire season on the line here late. Here's 1st down and 10 for Bama. They're at the 44-yard line. Handoff to Miller up the gut. Good for a nice little push of about 5 yards. If they're getting 5 yards apiece running the ball, there's just no way Vandy's going to come back and win this one. There's just not. Arch put the fries in the bag. Yeah, might be time. Penn State still got a shot, but it's looking like to me Texas is done for. I think Billy Napier. This is insane. Billy Napier. That's literally what that is. What a comeback by Billy, man. The Sun Belt lives on in his eyes. 10-yard gain right there by Miller. They're just running all over. This is what you expect. This is exactly what you would expect Bama would do. Squid, check Discord. Okay. What could perhaps be going on? Are you going on the Discord? Where? What am I looking for? Squidtard when he sees the Florida cleat yeet.
I really was afraid to admit it, but I'm low-key, high-key, really...
No way somebody clipped that, bro. Of the one thing somebody chose to clip, that's what you clip? Really? Great. Glad that got clipped. Looking forward to that resurfacing at some point in the future. 2nd down and 2. Bama doing pretty much whatever they want to run-wise over Vandy. They need to get this stop here somewhere along the lines. Bama's already past the 30. Here's another run play. Trying to do something, assert some sort of dominance. Maybe about an inch there. It'll be 3rd and short. Arch finna be delivering my DoorDash. Yeah, I think the Guangdong Tigers got their new franchise quarterback. So 3rd down and short. This will keep the Bama drive continuing if they can get this one. And more importantly, they'll be able to continue to shut down any chance of Vandy trying to come back. They're lined up in the bunch formation. It's going to be a handoff, sending it up to the big man up the middle, and you best guarantee he's got it. That's the second game in a row. The big man comes through in the clutch for Vandy. Or for Bama. That's crazy. Caden Proctor. A Caden Proctor handoff. My goodness. This man is a legend for Bama, ain't he? All 300 pounds of him to get the big play in, and that'll keep the Bama drive continuing in clutch time. I need to add more logos for the... I think I'm going to do the thing. I'm going to go through and add all of the team logos for channel members. I should be able to do that, but I'll do that at some point in the distant future. Here's this is 2nd down and 4 for UCLA. Push up the gut, not much given there. Maybe 3 yards, it'll be 3rd and short. So how good was Nico at Tennessee? Not good. But it was a remixer. Again, I just want to let everybody know, one big giant gourmet cake does not take away from the 4 big fat piles of doo-doo right next to it. I just want to make that clear. What I mean by that is UCLA still lost 4 games. Again, all this does, I mean, obviously this does something great for UCLA, gives them a win, helps keep, whatever hope there was alive for them. But this makes Penn State just look awful. This is a season-killing loss right here. 4:11 left in the 4th quarter. Another timeout being taken. It's not looking good for the Commodores. It's not looking good. I mean, this is kind of the same thing for Texas, though. I mean, Texas looks absolutely awful today, too. But again, I will say this. Penn State being bad tonight, I think, I mentioned this 3 times, and I'll do it again right here. Well, actually, here's a 4th down. Oh, my goodness. They just did a quarterback run with Nico. They just did a quarterback run with Nico to try to end the game, and they didn't get it. They did not get it. Didn't even come close. So Penn State's going to get the ball back deep in UCLA territory. And that's why you're not a head coach. That's why you're an interim. We might need to stay alive for a bit longer than I would have expected, because this game might go into frenzy time. This might go into frenzy time. Ay. Anyway, as I was saying, I do think when talking about both Penn State and Texas and the absolute terrible performance they had today, I do think a lot of it is due to Penn State having a really bad down week after what happened against Oregon, because they were pissed. They were really, really upset after that one. It was either they were going to come out really angry and absolutely obliterate UCLA, or they were going to come out and they were just going to be completely demoralized, and this is what this is what happens. But to me, Texas just is not good. They're not. To me, that is a mid-tier SEC team. Good enough, I think, to win a couple of games because of their defense, but their offense is just an absolute atrocity to the sport of college football. And Florida showed that tonight, and I think we're going to see it again. I think we're going to see it resurface multiple times. Arch Manning is obviously not the quarterback we thought he was. I don't know if he's going to get it together, or if he can at all in any capacity, but whatever the deal may be, this is what we're looking at.
I really was afraid to admit into feet a little bit.
Yeah, I should have known what I was getting into when I read that one. That was horrifically taken out of context. And yeah, you already know that's how that's going to be. Well, that's not the worst thing I've admitted on here. Hope nobody else. Hope that doesn't get clipped anywhere else. Third down and 4. Let's see what they've got here. Rolling out of the pocket. Simpson again throws wide open, man, and he drops it. Oh, Ryan Williams drops it? Ryan Williams was wide open. He easily would have been able to get the first down, but he drops it, and Bama will be forced to kick the field goal with the high school. They got to kick the high school field goals. Aight. But this will put them up by 2 scores, effectively ending, well, not necessarily ending, but really screwing over any chance Vandy has of winning. So here's Talty. He's made 2 of 3 today. This is going to be his 3rd one, and it's another 30-yarder, this time from the left. Got to go to the right a little bit. The kick is up, and he got it. Right through and good. It's a 2-score game in Tuscaloosa, so Vandy's got to score, get the ball back again, and then score again. So, best of luck to you. Figure it out. I'm not going to lie, Arch could be incredible with that athleticism, but he hasn't developed in 3 years at Texas. I don't know what he's been doing. Yeah, same here. Again, that's the reason I was so high on him before the season started. Preseason, Arch Manning was probably the best quarterback anybody's ever seen. That's the truth. Preseason, Arch Manning was the most legendary quarterback anybody's ever seen in the history of history. The other problem is, being really good in practice doesn't necessarily equate to being good on the field, and we're finding that out with Arch. Or it's just that Gainesville magic, one of the two. Either way, yeah, bad. What? What happened to Maryland? They were up 20-0 last I checked, and now they just saw it updated. Now they're losing. It's 20-24. They're losing 24-20 against Washington. What happened? Unbelievable. What a choke job. Here's a good return by Vandy. Got some space. Gets past the 20. Still going to the 30. And then gets out all the way at the 35-yard line. That's a good return by Richardson. Gets him an extra 10 yards to start out this drive. But wait a second, because guess what's here to save the day? Ref ball. What do they got playing this time, I wonder? Who knows? Uh-oh. Personal foul. Unnecessary roughness on Vandy. That's going to pin him back pretty freaking deep if you ask me. Very bad. Very, very bad if you're a Vandy man, because now you're going to be pinned back pretty damn far. Yeah, no. They actually turned... This is what I was talking about. I don't know why it took them a minute, but it's like they were buffering. It's like they were using like Internet Explorer or something, because they still thought it was September. But then when the month changed, suddenly they went back to the Maryland we all know and remember in October. And now this is what they are. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on that one. Before that, though, it's 4th down here in the Penn State UCLA game. 42-35. The fans are actually loud for once in their lifetime. The Penn State fans praying for something right here on 4th and 2. They're close to the goal line here, down by a touchdown. This could potentially be the game right here. And the Bruins are going to take a timeout with 39 seconds left to go. Meanwhile, Texas has already shredded through all 3 of their timeouts. Florida's maintained all 3 of theirs. There's less than 5 minutes left to go, and Arch Manning strutting right back out there on the field to do absolutely nothing. UCLA saved the clock by calling a timeout. They probably wanted to check their formation. I can't blame them for that. Here's Pavia. Rollout throw, incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up. Yeah, either way, James Franklin, no matter what happens here, no matter whether or not they win in chaos overtime or whatever it may be, there's going to have to be some tough questions James Franklin answers for this, because this is an absolute travesty. This is as bad as Clemson's entire season. Considering how much talent they have, this is an absolute disgrace. But here it is, 4th and 2. Penn State's season on the line right here. In formation. Here's Aller. Shut down! Fellas, UCLA has just knocked off number 7 Penn State. They have won their first game against the Penn State Nittany Lions, fellas. That pretty much confirms it. James Franklin is never winning a national championship. That just about confirms it. James Franklin can join Brian Kelly and the coaches that are never winning a national championship no matter how much talent they have. Down goes the Penn State Nittany Lions. What a disaster. What a disaster. Unbelievable. Here's Vandy. Pavia throws late. Thrown down. He was hit by the jersey. That might be a horse collar tackle. He got grabbed by the jersey from behind. But yeah, anyway, Penn State just lost, so. Good job, Penn State. Good job. You got to feel real proud of yourself for that one. Friggin', you got beat by Nico. I just want to make that clear. Penn State just got beat by Nico Amadolivia in front of 100-something people max. Oh my goodness. James Franklin is an absolute travesty. This is a disaster. All right, yeah. We gotta have a James Franklin sound effect somewhere in here. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no soundbite for it. Unbelievable. Well, I guess the game might not be over yet. I think we were a little too quick. I think we were a little too quick on the clown noise, gentlemen. I think you might have been a little too quick on that one. I think they might BS this one into overtime. It's 3rd down 11 for UCLA. They burned 2 of Penn State's timeouts. They're strutting back out here on the field, but they're at their own 10. UCLA's lost 16 straight games versus AP top 10 opponents. They're trying to remedy that streak, plus the absolutely monstrous losing streak that they have this year. Lined up in the bunch formation, Nico. He's going to hand the ball off himself, and it's going to be Penn State ball because it was just a run up the gut. Penn State will use their final timeout with 25 seconds remaining on the clock. 4th down and 5 for Vandy over here. Pretty much last desperation chance of getting the jump on Bama. 3 receivers out. Here's Pavia. Back to pass. Looking for a man. It's a screen. No. He's going to throw deep. And it is intercepted. It is picked off. Still running. There is a flag on the play, but he is down. And that was so dumb. That could have potentially been a play on Bama. That could have potentially been a flag on Alabama. But the shove late out of bounds is going to make the penalties offset. My goodness, Vandy just threw the game. We'll see what they do here, but yeah, not looking good. Is UCLA rushing the field if they win? No, they'll gently walk onto it. They don't have enough fans to rush the field. Are they faking the field goal? What are they doing? What are they doing? They just faked the field goal and took a safety. What was that? Are you stupid? Are you stupid? Why would you do that? What was that? What are you guys doing? And the coach is sitting like, yeah, we got him now. No, you didn't. There's 17 seconds left. If they score a touchdown, now you're cooked. And that right there is why you're an interim head coach. That is the most Bush League level coaching management I have ever seen in my entire life. What are you doing? I cannot believe this. Oh my goodness. Guys, I don't have a foot fetish. Stop saying I like feet. I don't. I was reading off a tweet. Stop. I don't have a foot fetish. Leave me be. My goodness. Anyway, Vandy caught a real big break there because turns out the penalties don't offset. They are pinned back, but they still maintain the football. What are you guys doing? Unbelievable, dude. 17 seconds left in this ball game. UCLA takes a safety because they're absolute morons. So now Penn State's going to get this ball back. They've got marginal time left to do anything, but if they score a touchdown here by some miraculous miracle, now it's not going in overtime. Now it's just a win for them. Nice little return right there. Gets them past the 35 into the 37-yard line. Do you guys trust Drew Aller to toss a Hail Mary? No. No, they're going to need like 3 big plays. But the problem is for Penn State, they've got no timeouts. But I don't know why you don't just punt the football. Even if a miracle happens, you're going into overtime, and you could have won the game that way. But I don't get it. Here's Aller back to throw. They take a screen. They're brain dead. Penn State's done. Penn State's cooked. They just did a halfback screen with 12 seconds left to go. They burned off 4 seconds of that clock by doing a halfback screen for no gain. 2nd and 10 coming up for Penn State. They might be brain dead. Nico's smiling. He knows they're cooked. Hell, everybody knows they're cooked after doing that. What was that? I almost want to rip ass right now into this so that way I could see the poop fly out of this pool noodle. That's how bad that was. That was awful. And then Aller tries to find a wide receiver open, throws it out of bounds. 6 seconds burned off of that, fellas. They've got 2 seconds left. 2 seconds between... There's now 2 seconds left between them and a UCLA destiny. Maybe taking that safety wasn't so stupid after all. They're playing against a quarterback with a 2 IQ. Here's Aller. Throws. This is going to be a lateral. Laterals it back. Attempts to lateral to somebody else. Ball flies out of bounds. Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. UCLA has pulled off what would probably be the biggest upset of the season. Just as Vanderbilt did last year, UCLA takes over the mantle and wins an unbelievable game here in the Rose Bowl. Penn State, congratulations, you're officially Clown of the Week. Look, even Scooter came out to celebrate. Hi, Scooter. Scooter visited. Okay, he didn't want to visit anymore. Little kitty. Congratulations, Penn State. Congratulations, Big Game James. You just blew the entire season to UCLA and 0-4 Nico. I'm going to leave you. Great job. Incredible work, buddy. Congratulations. Awesome work. Yeah. In case you were wondering, there will be no poll tonight or tomorrow for Clown of the Week. That's your winner. Undisputed. There's no room for discussion. That's your winner for Clown of the Week. Not even in the room of discussion. Thomas the Genta Magai. I think I got that right. Appreciate the $2 super chat. Says Clown of the Week, Texas or Penn State? You already know the answer. Appreciate the $2, buddy. That guy with the $2 super chat says, give me Scooter. First off, let me go ahead and add these onto the Squiddy counter. Scooter wants out, so the moment I put him back on screen, I'll let him out. He's trying to touch the doorknob. Hey, buddy. Here. Oh, let's get you back over here. You good little kitty cat. Look at how sweet you are. You're so sweet. Hi, Scooter. Hey, buddy. Hi. What's up? Come here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, boy. You want to snuggle? Come here, buddy. Come here. Okay. Well, guys, I'm compromised now. That's tough luck. I'm compromised. I won't be able to get up. Oh, cool. All right, great. Anyway, it's 4th and a country mile. Oh, crap. I just realized. Not on my... No. Hey! You quit that. He was trying to chew on my headphones. You snake in the grass. I am gonna throw you out of here. He got hair on my Mia shirt, too. Dadgummit. In fairness, though, they've gotten hair all over all of my shirts. All right, buddy. Get out. Bye-bye. Scooter wanted out. All right, it is 3rd down and 1,000,000 for Vandy right here. Pass play. Pavia looking for anybody down the field. Now throws late and almost intercepted. That literally almost picked off. What was that? Did anybody else hear that? Was that from me? Or that sounded like a smoke alarm? I don't know what that was, but anyway, yeah. That's Squid's special shirt. It's only special because I was the one who sort of designed it. It's on her merch store, but I did part of the design for it, like the text. This is her model. That's not mine, but the text, I did the editing on that, so I get special credit for that. Anyway, 4th down and 1,000,000 here. Pavia's last attempt at anything. Doesn't have much time to throw. Gets it off last second. Got him, man. He dropped it. And that'll erase any chance that there ever was of Vandy getting the miraculous upset. Fellas, Bama is going to win this ball game. So tough luck for the Commodore, because I thought they might have had that. Looked like they were going to go blow for blow with them in the first half. And then the second half, that Bama defense. James Franklin just got fired. Honestly, if that were real, I would have believed it. I would have believed it. Good night, Penn State. And now good night, Vandy. Vandy put up a hell of a fight, though. Against this Bama defense, I mean, they did. They put up a huge brawl. Congrats on 1-4, only down from here, says Barstool, Tennessee. Pooping State was a 25.5-point favorite. Very true. I mean, they were a huge favorite in this ball game. I don't know how they messed it up this bad. Yep. Some Maryland fan just messaged me in Red's Discord saying, at Squidtard, I'm sorry, you were right. Yep. Welcome to October, Maryland, man. Welcome to October. It sucks. This is the Longhorns now. Penn State goes down, Vandy goes down. Here's I guess the breaking point for a lot of us here. Texas down by 8 against Florida. No timeouts, 55 seconds, and what looks to be 69 yards is what they have to do in order to score. So here it is, the final chance of desperation for Arch. Back to throw, looking for a man down the field. The pressure is getting to him. Rolls out of the pocket late, and he's going down. His helmet flies off, too. Oh, my goodness. Arch is just, he doesn't got it, man. Oh, my goodness. If you have any sort of experience, you know to throw that ball away. Is James Franklin on the hot seat? I can't say for sure. There's going to be some serious discussions in the administration, though. I know that for a fact, because that is a back-breaking loss in a season where you had all the talent in the world. Literally, Penn State was like, they were the top 3 and the most talented teams, and they just completely blew it. Here's Arch again. He does get his man past the 40 into the 45-yard line, but we do have a flag on the play that could potentially derail that. Submachine OP doing some serious good work in the scoreboard section of the Discord. He wrote a full essay about that. That's hilarious. Florida trying to choke. Yeah, they're doing. This is the Billy. Now we'll say this: if Billy actually throws this game, then I do think he gets fired. This is the difference, I think, between Billy getting an extension and getting fired. Literally, this is quite literally the difference between those two things. Excuse me, I burped. On the pass play, here he goes. Arch rolling back, throws late and down the field, and that's your ball game. What an incredible interception right there to seal the deal. Florida is going to hold on. Billy Napier gets a huge win over Texas. And we might have a co-clown of the week, boys. We might have a co-clown of the week. Turn that up. Oh, wait. Pause. They ruled it incomplete. But that might have not been too early anyway, because there's 19 seconds left in this thing. Do we trust Arch? Do we? I mean, honestly, whoever loses this game might get co-clown of the week at this rate. Florida for choking or for Texas for losing in the first place. Here goes Arch again. Why did the door... Okay. Scooter, do you want in or out? I thought there was a ghost opening my door, but it was Scooter. Come here. Well, that's about the most Texas way to go out right there. Cue the clown music, because that's about the most Arch way to go out right there. He gets sacked, and he loses the game like that. Or what? What happened? Did he spike the ball with 1 second? Good grief, man. Let me play the clown music. Let me play it already. You're dead. You're done. You're cooked. We're going to review this to see if there was 1 second left when he spiked the ball. Florida was out of formation completely right there. They were just trying to spike it. Oh, that's going to be so close. Literally, that's a nanosecond type of play right there. Oh, I don't know. Do you reverse that? Because if you do, obviously Texas gets one last shot from the 40-yard line. Oh, what do you do here? What do you do here if you're ref ball? Boy, what I would give to have like the ACC has and listen to what they have to say. What I would give. All right. So do we want to give Texas a shot at the win? Perhaps. But they didn't. They did not. Now I can play the clown theme. Behold, the reason Billy Napier still has a job. First loss when ranked in top 10 in 18 games versus unranked team. Down go the Longhorns. Does this scare you, by the way? Is this a scary hand signal? I bet it is. What can I say? Comedy. Comedy at its absolute finest. I'm just gonna keep my hand like this throughout the rest of the stream. Woo! Horns down, baby! Horns down! The eyes of Texas are upon thee, whatever. Woo! I'm just gonna have it like this the entire time. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Is the unit? They're gonna sue me for this. Don't forget. This is worthy of a lawsuit right here, according to the Texas man. You go catch a lawsuit from this one. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You ain't gonna do nothing. That's what you're gonna do. Nope. We've heard enough.
We're back.
Daggum right, Texas is being back. Texas is right back to being an absolute clown. Congratulations. Welcome back, Texas. We really missed you. You know that? We really missed you. Oh, man. All right, let me catch up on these comments real fast. It was too much to expect for Navy and Vandy to win. The universe won't let me have nice things. Just be proud with one, man. And Vandy went into this game as a major underdog. That's just how it goes. Congratulations to Billy Napier's job. And congratulations to the rest of us, too, now that he gets another year with Florida. Because this is probably buying him another season. Oh, my goodness. This is a win-win-win-win-win scenario for Squidtard. Sorry, I missed most of the stream, Squid. Mia had her birthday stream today. Yep, I was there for it. I'm wearing the merch, too. Happy birthday to Mia. Texas, we're back. They are indeed back. But isn't that surprising since they can't play offense? Penn State's was worse. Penn State's was absolutely worse. Springtime 0502 with the $20 super chat, man. Much appreciated. Says $20 for the horns down, Penn State losing, and for the great weekly content. Well, I'm very much greatly appreciated, man, and thank you for supporting the channel. We are $3 in super chats away from the gritty, by the way, or the squiddy, for hitting the squiddy. My goodness. Welcome to the current year, everybody. Unbelievable. Worst loss ever. Goodbye, Franklin. That's what Penn State barstool's out here saying. Bro gave him $20 for doing the horns down hater of the week for sure. Oh, I mean, yeah, no, hey, horns down. Horns down. Screw these guys. You pretty much just derailed the entire SEC at this rate. I mean, there's more that could happen to really mess it up, but that's about as bad as it can get right there. Yeah, Virginia's in overtime. I did see that, but it might not last because they're at the 2-yard line. I'll see if I can get to that game before the end of it, but it's on ESPN the Ocho, so let's see. Got it right here. And missed it. Jamari Taylor gets the scoring touchdown, and Virginia holds on, and they give Louisville their first loss of the season. So Louisville goes down, and the ACC gets driven further into shambles. Have another undefeated team go down, and if all goes to suit, then pretty much everything falls apart, and Georgia Tech becomes the full contender of the conference. Bro thought it was going to be a slow week. Yeah, I jinxed it, and I knew I was going to jinx it because this is exactly what happened last year, too. Week 6 was looked at last year as one of those weeks where it's like, oh, who cares? It's all these games where we know this team's going to win, and then what happens? The exact thing we expected to happen. Quite comical, if I do say so myself. I'll tell you what, I've got a lot of notes to write. I know that. I've got a lot of work to do. Tanner Horn, appreciate the 3-man, says thanks for the stream. You know it, brother. Thank you for being a part of this stream. And that resets the Squiddy counter, so you guys know what time it is. And this is gonna be a great Squiddy. I know that for a fact. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. I said right foot creep. Texas sucks. Penn State sucks. UCLA still sucks. Florida still sucks. Everybody sucks except for me because we were smart enough to schedule our bye week on week 6. Because apparently that's the devil's week. Apparently if you play on week 6, you're automatically screwed. Yeah, just never play on week 6. Even Oklahoma. I mean, like, sure, they're winning right now, but in the process, they lost one of their biggest guys off of a really bad injury. So, yeah, injury bug has found a new victim, apparently. Poor Oklahoma, man. They just can't catch a break with the injury bug. Woo! And there's your Squiddy for you. That guy with the $5 super chat, man, thank you very much, says, I think through transitive property, us, or South Florida, now gets ownership of Horns Up. Yeah. You might. Honestly, that's... I might run with that. It's very reasonable. Whew. Wow. All right, well, down goes Louisville. They lose to Virginia. Virginia, the hype train for the Hokies, or not the Hokies, dadgummit. The hype train for the Commonwealth Lords in Virginia remains strong as always. Bye, James Franklin. You never won any big games. Get out of our university. My goodness. Yeah, sounds to me like the Nittany Lion fans are just completely done with anything this guy is. They're just completely done with James Franklin in his entirety. And honestly, can you really blame them? Can you really blame them for that? Because I would crash out too. If I were a Penn State fan, I would absolutely crash out in this scenario because this is awful. I mean, wow. I guess, good for Bama for avoiding that. Bama probably, because Bama very well could have been just like Texas and Penn State. Now, again, losing to Vanderbilt at home, I think is well better off than losing to UCLA, like an 0-4 UCLA, because at least Vanderbilt was undefeated. At least they had that going for them, but it's kind of what I figured would happen with Vandy is that once they got into the gauntlet part of their schedule, they'd start to, people would start to realize that Vandy is not as good as people are making them out to be. They're still good, and they put up a hell of a fight in that first half, but The talent fee got to them. They got gassed in the second half, and of course, Bama, everything just sort of fell apart at the end there. And don't let the scoreboard fool you. Obviously, that game was a lot closer than the score entailed. All they needed was one good play, and Vandy was right back in it. So. But yeah, good news is Diego Pavia could shut up now. That's the greatest news off of that one. Yeah, Diego Pavia can do us a little bit of hush now. Well, I think Iowa might actually have a shot of beating Penn State. Well, everybody does now. Everybody does now. That's a loss that is a back-breaking loss for a team like Penn State. Remember, you got to remember, Penn State had aspirations of not only making the playoffs this year, but making it all the way to the national championship. Remember where they stood last year? They were a semifinalist. And this team that they have right now is arguably more talented than the one they had last year. But it proves to me, and it proves to everybody else that watched Penn State last year, Tyler Warren was that team. Tyler Warren was that team. And it's kind of, literally quite, honestly, it's sort of exactly like it was with Clemson. With Penn State, it's pretty much exactly as it is with Clemson. They've been doing this all season long, where they've been struggling against pretty much everybody that they've played. Now, eventually, the talent comes through and they win some of those, really crappy games that they're supposed to win. Like with Clemson and Troy. Troy was going blow for blow with Clemson there at first, and then, of course, the talent came in, and then they wound up winning the game. Same thing with Penn State against teams like friggin' FIU or whoever else they played. And then, once they get into the big-time competition, this is what happens. And this isn't even big-time competition. This is UCLA. They're 0-4. Now 1-4 thanks to you. They were 0-4. They got beat down by Dan Mullen. They got beat down by several other teams. Went to Northwestern and couldn't score a point. They play you, and they figure out offense in a heartbeat. I mean, yeah, that... I don't know where my boy Mac the Mustard Man is. He's one of my moderators here. He's a Penn State fan. If he ever shows up in any of these streams, make sure you give him a wellness check because that dude is going to need it. Wow. Squidtard Sports out of context.
I really was afraid to admit it, but I'm low-key, high-key, really into feet a little bit.
I'm not into feet. I'm not. Would you be surprised if I told you I wasn't and that was taken out of context? That's never... Oh my goodness. I should have never said it. Or if I said it, what I should have done was I should have said, this person said, and then immediately said it. But nope. No, I'm an idiot. Now I've given people some leverage. I've given people a quote out of context to use. Of all the things that could have been, it's people thinking that Squidtard's got a freaking foot fetish. What have we become? As a Badger fan, we would gladly take James Franklin. Oh my goodness, of course you would. Yeah. No. Just because James Franklin can't win the big one and then sometimes does this, there are plenty of coaches around the world who'd take him. But Penn State, I think at this point, Penn State desires more because he's been there for so long. Every year is the same result, and it seems that they're falling apart at the seams now after this one. This is one, again, this is a loss against a team so bad that it's almost impossible to come back from. The only way you do something like this is if you win out throughout the rest of the season. And you think Penn State's beating Ohio State? The hell no, they're not. No, of course they aren't. Of course they aren't. No. They're not beating Ohio State. They never figure it out. They'll never beat them. Even if they miraculously find a way to get in the playoffs at this rate, they'll lose the whichever big team they play against there. It's the same thing on repeat with Penn State every single year. And it just seems to be getting worse. So I think at this point, it's pretty much over for James Franklin. I don't think it gets fired immediately after this game. But at this point, you've set yourself on the hot seat because of the patience of the Penn State fans, the administration. And not only that, but now your chances of making a championship run are pretty much gone. You're not making the Natty. You're not even making it close to the playoffs at 9-3. You're just not. You have no good wins under your belt. And on top of that, you have a loss to 1-4 UCLA with Nico as their quarterback and no head coach, no coordinators, and no sign of life to speak of. And you got beat by him. Wow. So there you go. At least when Ohio State loses to Michigan, they make sure to beat everyone else in the process. You couldn't even do that. That's why you're the little brother. That's why you're the little brother program to Ohio State and Michigan. You're better than everyone else around you. You are. I mean, like some of these other teams that you play, absolutely terrible history. Northwestern, Minnesota, UCLA, even though they beat you, they've got a terrible history. Most of these other teams, absolutely terrible history in the Big Ten. But nope, here you are, making the perfect example of how historic you are in the conference by doing what you always do and blowing games. Good old James Franklin, man. Notre Dame needs to join a conference. Well, they've got no reason to now. They've got absolutely no reason to. I mean, I guess they do, because if they finish 10-2, the only thing that could really push them into the playoff conversation would be if they won a conference championship game. But yeah, they don't have that, obviously. So you might be onto something there. All right, well, I did tell you guys that I was sort of lightheaded when the stream started. Obviously, I'm a little bit better at this rate, but I'm still I'm still sort of in and out of it every so often. So, at some point, I will need to skedaddle, and probably, I don't know what I'll do for the rest of the night. I mean, if it were up to me, honestly, I'd just go to bed. I know I can't, though, because we've got the 7:30 games to go through. I've got to stay awake for whatever chaos unfolds, but I am going to try and get a good night's sleep tonight. Start the Sunday slate, a brand new man, because let me tell you, it's been a week. It has been an absolute week. A lot of things have happened in my own life, in the college football world, in editing, in school. It's been a lot. So I will say I appreciate all of your guys' support. I appreciate the patience that you guys have had in me being, I guess, really, really slow with the content that I produced. I've had to do several delays already, and I do feel bad about that. So I do apologize for that, but yeah, I plan to remedy that this week. We'll see. Can you record some of these games? I could. You're right, I could, or I could just watch them later. But I'd rather see it in real time. Now, here's the deal. I can't promise, because let me see the schedule here, because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, like there's no promises I can stay up for Duke versus Cal, because that one starts at 10:30. I don't feel like staying up until 3 a.m. watching two teams with no offenses battle it out against each other. So, honestly, probably won't be watching that one most of the time. But, of course, I will cover it in the chaos. You already know I will. Turd Ferguson with the $2 super chat says, you'll feel better if you admit that you like feet. See, great. Great. You guys are trying to gaslight me into thinking that I do like feet. No. Last I checked, I do not have a foot fetish. No. you don't want to know what I'm into, because it's not that important. Arch Manning might be in contention for the Clown Bowl. Oh yeah, no, he'd been in contention forever. Him and Drew Aller would make an incredible combination. I'll tell you that much. If you here's what you do. You take Drew Aller's abilities and Arch Manning's brain power, and you've got the ultimate quarterback built for the worst team ever. Brother, he is wrong. He is wrong. I'm not into feet. I don't know why. Like, obviously, you got it out of context. You take the clip out of context and Squidtard in the feet. No, it's not feet. There's only a handful of people that know the truth, and I promise you, they know all too well it ain't feet. Trust me. I just don't get how can you be into that? I don't get it. There's just, no, there's several other things. There's several other parts that are so much better. Like, why feet of all things? There's so many other options. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand it. He's not getting fired, by the way. James Franklin's not getting fired for this one. He's going to get a lot of questions for sure. He's not getting fired. He's done too much for Penn State to get fired for one game. That's the truth. I don't care how many big games he's blown. He's not getting fired for this one. If it continues down the line, I could see a scenario where he does get canned at the end of the year. But right now, no. He's not getting fired. I can assure you that. There's only one coach right now, at least in my mind, that's probably getting fired tomorrow, and that's Bill O'Brien with Boston College. That's the only one I can think of right now. I'm sure there's more probably that might get fired, because we're at a point now to where some of these G5 coaches are going to start canning their coaches. So we'll see. I'm at a loss for words, Squid. If Coach James Franklin doesn't get Clown of the Week, yeah, he's got it. It's on lock. You don't have to worry about that. It is quite literally on lock. Trust me, you've got it. You've got it. Congratulations. Now I'm curious. You don't want to know. This surprises no Alabama fan. Yeah, Bill O'Brien. He looked good last year. They finished like 7. I think they finished like 7-6. Lost to Nebraska in the bowl game. But like, they had potential this year, or at least I thought they did. Their quarterback isn't bad, but everything else around him is just a complete and total mess. They've got nothing going for him now. I'm willing to bet he will probably be gone before me and Red do our FBS report. More than likely, I'd have to say. Nebraska looks like it's a close game. There's 2 minutes left in it. Michigan State's at the Nebraska 1-yard line on 1st and goal. But they still need to score 2 more times. So I'm willing to bet that the Huskers have got this one in the bag. Some of the 7:30 games are about to kick off, by the way. There are some good ones. There are some games here that could be on the market for some really good ball. Obviously, Minnesota, Ohio State. See, if I'm an Ohio State fan, I'm kind of shivering in my boots right now. I'm a little scared if I'm Ohio State, man. That's all I'm going to say about that. So, speaking of Ohio State, man, I know Red's live right now, so I'll go ahead and cut it off here in good favoritism. Guys, you guys are the GOATs. Remember that. Love each and every one of y'all. Y'all are phenomenal people. Thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. It was a fun stream, an awesome stream. I'll be back at it next week. Same time as always, 3 o'clock. Probably more like 3:30 is Tennessee and Arkansas. They kick off around the same time Mississippi State does. And so, by next stream, I'll let you guys know with Tennessee, Alabama, and all the other games. I'll give you guys a heads up on that too. Squidtard Sports is a fan of Iowa. This is a fun week, but for 1-10 Yankees, Blue Jays, I might need to find the nearest bridge. Well, hope the best against Iowa. That's all I can say. Or with Iowa. Squid, Ohio State or Minnesota. I've got Ohio State winning, but I do think it'll be a tough game. I think tonight we're gonna see Minnesota's offense actually do something against the Ohio State defense. I don't think it'll be enough, but I think it's gonna give them a little bit of trouble. I have defended Coach James Franklin in the past, but that was terrible. Terrible performance. Penn State's your clown of the week, no doubt about that. And yeah, of course, happy birthday to Mia Daria, or Mia. She's been on my streams multiple times. Shout out to her. Happy birthday. Whatever. I forget your age, but I know you're older than me. Yeah, you're turning into a grandma. All right. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for me. So I'll see you guys sometime next week. Of course, Chaos will come out whenever it comes out. At this point in time, there's no selection for Game of the Century. I think we're going to keep everything as is. But I'll let you guys know in due time. No Clown of the Week poll, obviously. We already know who that is. And I'll be back with another live stream here on Squidtard Sports. I'm gonna be live over on Squidtard all pretty much at 8 o'clock most of the day. I'm gonna try and go live tomorrow since I missed out on live streams throughout the entire week. I'll probably go live tomorrow with some more Crossroads action, so stay tuned for that. All right, anything else? Yeah, 3:30 Eastern on Saturday, next Saturday, for Tennessee versus Arkansas. So stay tuned for that. And until then, love you guys. Peace to you. And as always, of course, don't forget, power to Tardaria! And power to James Franklin's resume. Because McDonald's giving him a big-time call right now.